Audio check 1 2. Audio check 1 2. Audio check 1 2. Audio check. Audio check. Nothing. Audio check 1 2. Audio check 1 2.
ready? I'm ready. The first one that came in was Ariel.
Yeah, and then me?
Do you have a blue pen? No, get right there. I just want to sign this. I'm fine.
Oh, okay.
Recording in progress. space here. There's an advantage to being on the corner. Look at this, acreage.
Can you get the attention? I like the vest.
You ready?
I think we are.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to welcome everybody to the February 11th City of Coral Gables Commission meeting. I'd like to thank everyone for being here with us in attendance. As I've told you before, I want to reiterate, this is a great opportunity to voice your guidance, your opinion in regards to how we can make this city beautiful even better. And that's what we all strive for here on this commission. There's multiple different ways to speak to the commission, to speak to the city. Either you can call in, you can use the Zoom opportunity that we have, or you can speak in person, or you can send us an email. All of these are welcome, and it's a great opportunity, again, like I said before, to engage with the city and the city commission. So as I said, I'd like to start off this morning by welcoming a dear friend of us who always steps in a pinch, Jeff Sullivan, the executive pastor from Granada Presbyterian Church. Thank you, my friend, for being here with us.
Thank you. Always a pleasure. Honored to be here. I'd like to direct our prayer by beginning with a word of scripture from Matthew 22. A certain man asked Jesus, "What is the greatest commandment?" His answer was to love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength. And the second is just like it, to love your neighbor as yourself. And so as we go to prayer, let that be our guiding light. God, we come to you as neighbors, each one here part of the same community. Lord, you've bonded us together for a common desire to support our families, to care for one another, to live peaceably and respectfully together. And so, God, I pray that that might be the overwhelming atmosphere in all we say and do. God, put into our hearts recognition of the equality of all men and women together. Put into our hearts the dignity that you've created each of us with. And Lord, let us love our neighbors as we do ourselves. And Lord, to honor you in all these things. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Pastor Sullivan, as always, thank you for being here with us. It's always a pleasure. You always put your best foot forward. We want to thank you on behalf of the City of Coral Gables and the entire congregation for everything you do for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We
God bless
appreciate
you.
it very much.
To lead us in the pledge, Madam City Attorney, will you please lead us in the pledge? Thank you. The first item on the agenda is item A1. I'd like to call our friend Joanne Marr to please come with us. Many of you know Joanne because of her many involvements in the city of Coral Gables, from historic preservation to the Merrick House to the Garden Club. She's involved in everything. She's a great advocate for the city of Coral Gables, and she came to me with a really interesting idea. And I think the idea in our centennial really will serve a good point to reinforce what all of us in this room are doing on behalf of the city of Coral Gables. And this is something that, with the support of my colleagues in the commission, I hope that we can continue to do over the next few months and potentially the entire centennial year. So before I introduce her, I'd like to have my colleagues get their opinion on potentially doing a presentation at every commission meeting, which would be a Merrick Minute. It'll talk a little bit about our history, talk a little bit about George Merrick, and the importance of always remembering not only who we are, but where we came from. So I'd like to make a motion in support of doing a Merrick Minute at every single commission meeting.
And I'll
I'll second.
second it. And I think it's a fabulous idea, Joanne, and I appreciate you taking the time and effort to do this for every single commission meeting.
Clerk?
Your true dedication is shining through, so thank you.
Can't hear the microphones.
Oh, sorry about that.
You can't hear us. So we have
Hello?
to-
Okay.
There.
I'll put it right here.
So we have a motion and a second.
Well, I think this is a phenomenal idea, Mr. Mayor. I think as we celebrate our centennial, we need to embrace the history and what George Merrick did for our city. We wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for his efforts and those of George Fink and everybody who was part of his team. I think it's phenomenal that we have a minute to hear from the visionary that created our city. And Joanne, you have been a phenomenal leader when it comes to history in Coral Gables. I still remember the day that we did the tour of Merrick House, and we were doing a 5 to 8 minute segment for Gables Insider, and I think we did about a 3-hour tour. So editing was a lot of fun. We had to shorten it a bit, but I appreciate that you're always looking out for our history and ensuring that the vision of what Coral Gables was in 1925 continues to live forward here in 2025. So thank you for all you've done.
Thank you.
I think this is a fabulous idea. Good job, Mayor.
All right, great.
Yeah, I also think it's wonderful. I think every opportunity we can to let folks know about our history, especially the young people, I think it's important so that they can carry on the tradition of Coral Gables. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second, Mr. Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Joanne, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. You will be hearing from not just me, but members of the Board of Governors throughout the centennial year. But today, I am representing our Board of Governors, which includes Mary Beth Burke, Carmen Kaysen, Alexis Ehrenhoft, Margaret Groves, Genevieve Orr, and Bonnie Sipe. So we are bringing you the Merrick Minute, little tidbits that add up to a remarkable story. From the moment of her birth in 1895, Eunice Isabella Peacock was adored. Born at Coconut Grove's Peacock Inn, she was the first grandchild of inn owners Charles and Isabella. She had many suitors, but George Merrick won her over by taking her on rides in his impressive 1914 Hudson touring car, all the while describing his vision for Coral Gables. They married February 5th, 1916, and Eunice would remain ever loyal and supportive of her workaholic husband. Whenever away on business, George wrote lengthy letters ending with sentiments such as, "Big gobs of love and kisses for you, my sweetheart." In his 1921 book of poetry, he wrote these words dedicated to her: "Sweet lips of kisses Elysian, more fragrant that parfum Vantine, chic grace of essence Parisian, hot temper that most matches mine. True heart filled with love that is precious, why you are my Valentine." And here is some show and tell for your Valentine's Merrick Minute. This is a vial that once held Parfum Vantine. So find out more of the story weekends at 1, 2, and 3 o'clock at the Merrick House, 907 Coral Way, and tours are free for city employees. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you get a chance, I had the pleasure of attending the 100 Voices symposium that happened last weekend. This one was about Miracle Mile, and it was incredible to meet so many of not only patrons, but also shop owners who continue to do business, not only in our downtown, but in Miracle Mile. But you should try to catch up if you can and watch some of the additional 100 Voices episodes. I've tried to catch them all, and that's truly remarkable what the Merrick House is doing in regards to memorializing our great history. So thank you, Joanne, and the entire team for being here. Item A2, Madam Vice Mayor.
Yes, it's a proclamation with reference to the history of the Garden Club, and I'm very proud to see that we have many Garden Club members here. today. So if you want to, after I read this, we'll stand up and get a nice picture taken as well, so we have it for our memory books. Whereas the Garden Club, the Coral Gables Garden Club was founded in 1925, the same year the city of Coral Gables was incorporated, with a mission dedicated to educating its members, our youth, and the public in gardening, horticultural, environmental issues, community beautification, and art of floral design. Whereas on February 17th, 1925, the first board of the Coral Gables Garden Club was installed, making the beginning of a century-long legacy of dedication to enhancing the natural beauty and ecological health of the city of Coral Gables. And whereas the Coral Gables Garden Club has played an instrumental role in civic beautification, including the planning and funding of 3 major entrances into the city, ensuring that residents and visitors are welcomed by entrances that were part of George Merrick's plan. Whereas the club has contributed to the preservation and celebration of Coral Gables history by planning, funding, and statues of the city of George Merrick and his mother, both contributing to the city beautiful. And whereas through ongoing commitment to conservation, the club has planted countless trees, organized Arbor Day celebrations, and championed the importance of native plant species, pollinator gardens, and sustainable landscapes. And whereas the Coral Gables Garden Club has provided education, scholarships, and community outreach programs, enriching the lives of residents through gardening, floral design, and environmental awareness. And now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with the members of our city commission, do hereby proclaim February 17th, 2025, as Garden Club Day in Coral Gables. In observation thereof, I encourage the citizens of the City Beautiful to join me in recognizing the Coral Gables Garden Club and their long and rich history here in the City Beautiful, and pay homage to all the amazing volunteers who over the years have spent countless hours dedicating their time to enriching the City of Coral Gables. Thank you all. So we have some amazing members of the Garden Club here, and I think if any of you want to come up and speak for a moment.
Please.
Bonnie Sipe. Take your time.
My new name is Hopalong.
You're doing good.
I'm Bonnie Sipe. I'm the current president of the Coral Gables Garden Club. But I have been preceded by some amazing women and a few men, and they have done such wonderful things for our city, which we continue to do every year. We've had approved and are about to install a sculpture in the Butterfly Garden at the museum, and we've had events all year long to celebrate our centennial. We're having a history exhibition and party at the Merrick House in February on the 20th.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Let's see.
Give us one moment.
Just wait one moment. We have a little problem with the
Technical difficulties.
technology that I don't comprehend.
Okay, what do you want me to do? Just
Give
wait?
us give us 1 second.
Okay.
We'll fix it right now.
There's probably some switch somewhere that's gotten.
Yep. Commission meeting.
We're time traveling.
It sounds like a room that is people talking.
Be on my pay grade.
You guys are feeding something. Disconnect, get off, do something. Meeting is paused.
Just cut off the audio until we're fixed.
I think they're trying to
I
figure out
cannot.
what's going on.
But I can
There we
hear.
go.
There you go. Now it
right.
stopped. Now it stopped.
Thank you very much for your patience. Sorry about that.
Just to conclude, we're really excited to be recognized like this by the city, and we look forward to continuing our dedication to
Recording stopped. Recording in
Okay, I guess
progress.
that's the end. look forward to making the city beautiful even more beautiful. So thank you.
Thank you very
And,
much.
and despite the interruptions, you did a magnificent job. Picture go.
I'd like to say that it's an honor for me to serve. Oh, here we go.
Maybe they're trying to tell us something.
It
Less is
reminds me
more.
of the days of COVID when you had all sorts of interruptions on the Zoom. For me, it's an honor to be a member of the Garden Club, and I have to thank the Vice Mayor for sponsoring my membership 2 years ago to become a provisional and eventually a member. The work that the Garden Club has done for years in our city, you can't really have Coral Gables where it is today if it wasn't for the role of the Garden Club and all of its members throughout its history. So every single member has played an instrumental role in the history of our city, and I have to thank the Garden Club for everything you do every day.
I just want to add that my wife is a member of the Garden Club, and just like her, I know all of you take great pride in giving back to the community. And what you all do sometimes is unseen. They see the end result, but the tireless work that goes in to make things happen and make things special in Coral Gables, that's what people don't see. So I want to not only recognize and acknowledge the fruit of your labor, but I also want to recognize your labor, because without that hard work and dedication, we wouldn't be the city beautiful.
Let's take a photo.
I'm not I'm not a member, but hopefully very soon I'll be one when I can control my work-life balance life. You guys do an exceptional job, and congratulations.
It's hard to be a member of everything. Women's Club. Gardening stuff. No, I just can't do another meeting. Here's the big print version, Casey.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was a nice thing, a proclamation.
It was, and you guys helped a lot. Thank you.
Before we move on to item A3, I want to put on the record, we have items that we're deferring. Item F3 is being deferred to the next meeting, and items E2 and E3 are being deferred indefinitely. The clerk will provide information in regards to those dates when they're ready. Moving on to item A3. So good morning to everyone. As I mentioned, this month we celebrate Black History Month in the city of Coral Gables. Before we read the proclamation, I would like to say a few words. This annual observance is an important time for reflection, recognition, and appreciation of the profound contributions that African Americans have made to our city and our nation. As we mark the centennial of Coral Gables, we take great pride in honoring the people who have shaped our community, ensuring that their legacies continue to inspire future generations. Through our Centennial Sunday series on the city's social media channels, if you could please show the slide, we're highlighting 4 remarkable individuals whose dedication, service, and leadership helped make Coral Gables what it is today. Their stories remind us that our city's history is rich, diverse, and built on the perseverance of those who came before us. As we celebrate this milestone year, we pay tribute not only to these 4 individuals, but also to the many residents of the McFarland Homestead and Golden Gate neighborhoods, past and present, whose contributions have strengthened the foundation of Coral Gables. We encourage everyone to take part in this month's celebration by learning, sharing, and honoring the stories of those who helped shape our community. With that, it is my great privilege to proclaim February 25th, 2025 as Black History Month in Coral Gables. Let us celebrate, remember, and continue building a future that honors our shared history. Thank you. So I'm going to read the proclamation, and I know that we have certain members of our community that are here to say a few words and also accept the proclamation. So whereas Black History Month is an annual celebration of achievements by African Americans and a time of recognizing their central role in U.S. history, whereas the city of Coral Gables is proudly observing the centennial of its founding, a momentous milestone that offers a unique opportunity to honor the enduring legacy and cultural contributions of its Black community members. And whereas William Alexander Cooper, born to Bahamian immigrants and a longtime resident of Coral Gables, was a revered figure in the community, serving as chair of the Coral Gables Crime Watch and president of the Lola B. Walker Homeowners Association, and instrumental in the designation of the McFarland Homestead Historic District on the Coral Gables Registry of Historic Sites, as well as the National Registry of Historic Sites. And whereas George Allen, an industrious pioneer from the Bahamas, contributed significantly to the development of Coral Gables through his various enterprises and property investments, leaving a lasting mark with the city, honoring his legacy by renaming Industrial Avenue to George Allen Avenue. And whereas Lola B. Walker, a stalwart advocate for the Golden Gate subdivision, tirelessly engaged with city officials to ensure the needs of her community were met, leading to the formation of the Lola B. Walker Homeowners Association and the dedication of the Lola B. Walker Pioneers Park. And whereas Nellie B. Moore, a beloved custodian at the Miami-Dade County Training School, later renamed George Washington Carver Elementary School, played a vital role in the education sector and was cherished member of the McFarland Homestead community, exemplifying the spirit of service and community. And whereas all former and current residents raised in and influenced by the nurturing environment of the McFarland Homestead and Golden Gate neighborhoods who became productive citizens. Now therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with the members of the city commission, do hereby proclaim February 2025 as Black History Month in Coral Gables. Thank you. Would any of our members like to say a few words? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Madam City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk, Mr. City Manager. I'm Clarice Cooper. I'm the daughter of William A. Cooper. Thank you for that honor. I'm very honored to be here today to accept the proclamation on behalf of myself, my family, and the other families in the communities of McFarland and Golden Gate. And I'm very proud of the fact that this year's national theme for Black History Month is African Americans in labor. And I want to take note of, as this city celebrates its centennial this year, that Mr. George Merrick, the founder of this great city, most of his labor force was from our communities, McFarland and Golden Gate. And they were people who were migrants from the Bahamas and also the American South. And they played a vital role in making this city maintain its status, gain its status. Is the city beautiful? And I thank you for that.
So I'm happy you brought something up because I wanted to, I want to make sure that I'm repeating this so people in the community are aware that we're not just celebrating Black History Month. This commission, 4 years ago, we started working on a project that is coming to fruition in 2025. This is a commission that actually voted on the sculpture that's going to be honoring Black Americans, Bahamians. Again, at the end of the day, we're Americans, all of us, honoring their legacy. George Merrick was a visionary, but without the help of the Bahamian Americans who were in this community, who are going to be honored in this beautiful sculpture, which is not going to be located in the McFarland neighborhood. It's going to be located in Merrick Park across the street
from City Hall. Yes, I'm aware of that.
And
yes.
It's important that I make these points because I want people to understand we're placing it there because we're immensely proud of not only the work that was done by these individuals who brought George Merrick's vision to life, but also we're just proud of the community as a whole, of who we are in 2025. And it's a great opportunity to bring people together, build consensus, understand, and never forget what our history is.
Right.
So when
exactly.
you mentioned you know, the Bahamians and the role, the major role, the serious role, the significant role that they played in really building the city in 1925. We would not be in our centennial without their guidance, their leadership, and a lot of the hand-holding that they did with George Merrick. Because you can have a vision, but if you don't have people who can help you implement that vision, you're not going to go too far. When I say that, I also like to give credit where credit is due. Gabe Bondurant and Joanne, who was here before, were the ones that came to my office and, you know, brought that idea of really recognizing the neighborhood after speaking with the community and getting an understanding of what was appropriate and what was actually being looked at. So you have some individuals here who played a role, all of you played a role, but in getting this sculpture, which will be unveiled in 2025. And I want to thank our staff who played a great role in making sure that this came to fruition and actually came to life.
Thank you.
So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Prime, how you doing, sir?
Good morning, all. Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the Commission, Mr. City Manager, Madam City Attorney, and Mr. City Clerk and staff. It is my honor to accept this proclamation on behalf of the Golden Gate and McFarland neighborhoods represented by the Lola B. Walker Homeowners Association. I and members of the association would like to say a special thank you to Mrs. Martha Pantene for her efforts and time in assisting our group. As the city celebrates its centennial, we are grateful for the recognition of the Black and Bahamian pioneers who settled Coral Gables, built its infrastructure, and were instrumental in its becoming the world-class city it is today. Thank you for not forgetting the rich history and contributions of the Golden Gate and McFarland communities. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Would you like to say a few words? Oh, you're being shy today? Okay, that's fine.
So I just,
Anyone else that'd like to speak, we welcome you to, you know, say a few words if you like. Madam Vice Mayor?
just to want to also recognize the fact that not only were there contributions from the past, but there's such tremendous contributions from your neighborhood to the forward movement of our city and embracing and in recognizing everybody. This is a very special day. So thank you for being here. And thank you, Mayor, for bringing the proclamation.
Mr. Prime, Ms. Cooper, I think the mayor summed it up when we talked about the art piece that's coming in front of City Hall. We're finally officially recognizing the work that the community played in the history of Coral Gables. The Baker, Cooper, and Prime families have been extremely active in this city for years, ensuring that you're holding the commission's feet to the fire and making sure that we're doing what we should be doing for your community, and we appreciate you doing that. The Lola B. Walker Foundation plays a huge role for your community. I've been able to attend a meeting in the past. I look forward to attending another one. I know Mr. Prime, every time he sees me, we meet every month. You need to come by. And I appreciate that because I think it's important for us to know what's going on in your community and be aware. I think Black History Month in the city of Coral Gables is possibly more special than in other places because your community is the one that created Coral Gables. George Merrick had the vision, George Fink designed it, but at the end of the day, it was your community who actually brought it to what it is today. So thank you for the role that your families played, and thank you for all you do for our community today.
I just want to add that one thing that really I find it inspiring, and I wish other parts of our city would follow your lead, is when I had the opportunity to be with community meetings, and not only were you talking about scholarships for young people, the next generation, but you're also, you know, providing meals for those folks who couldn't perhaps afford it. Christmas tree, you're always giving back. And I think that's the symbol, that's a sign of a very strong community, of rich tradition of giving back. And I wish more parts of not only Coral Gables, but throughout South Florida will follow your lead, that it's all about giving back. And you've done that over the years more than any community I know. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Take a photo. Moving on to item A4, Mr. Clerk.
I noticed.
I'd like to have my staff and the department join me, please. Mayor, Commissioners, today we're recognizing some great work by our employees. And today we are awarding the operator of the third quarter in emergency dispatch and communications. On September 24th, 2024, emergency dispatcher Monica Dinescu was assigned to work the police dispatch area upstairs in the afternoon shift. During that time, she received a phone call transferred from the Miami Police Department that the Miami Police Department was actively tracking an individual that had stolen medical supplies in a van from Mercy Hospital. Emergency dispatcher Dinescu continued to monitor the calls from on that side, dispatched officers to the area of where it was last seen, at which point the members of the crime suppression team also then advised that they would be able to surveil the individual. Not long after the CST's arrival, the team members advised that the subject was fleeing eastbound in the vehicle to an unknown location. Emergency dispatcher Dinescu reacted quickly and decisively, sending emergency help to the officers. The individual, trying to elude capture, rammed several vehicles, but was taken into custody after striking another vehicle. Subsequent to that, the individual suffered what appeared to be a medical event at the arrest, not related to the arrest, and was brought back to life by both emergency rescue personnel and the officers that had responded to the scene. Because of we keep changing the titles on these, emergency dispatcher Dinescu's work on this, she has become an outstanding, vital part to our communications system, but also to the safety of the officers and to our citizens alike. Because of her actions, Operator Dinescu was nominated and received the Operator of the Third Quarter for the Coral Gables Police Department.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to the commission and my communications team. It's been an honor working for the city for the last 8 years. I've grown a lot here, learned a lot of things, and serving the citizens has been an honor, and just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you want to, we can do the pictures together. All right. At this time, I'd like to have our Officer of the Month for both October and December come forward and join me at the podium. On October 30th, 2024, officers were dispatched to a call for help for security located at the 800 block of Douglas Road. That call revealed that an individual had branded a knife and threatened the security guard at that location. Officer Ferrafino, who was the NTL, neighborhood team leader for that area, responded quickly to the area and began looking for the subject, who was last seen getting into one of our trolleys. Officer Ferrafino realized the subject could be on a Coral Gables trolley, but also on a Miami-Dade County bus, not school bus, and verified with dispatch that it was a county bus which was seen northbound on Douglas Road. Officer Ferrafino was able to locate a county bus northbound on Douglas Road approaching Flagler. Due to the nature of the call, the fact that there were civilians and citizens inside, she took a methodical approach and waited for her backup, Officer Gordillo, and went onto the bus and found the individual matching the description that was given by the victim. They went on to safely render the individual in custody and receive the knife that was in his waistband at the time. After that, taking the individual back into custody after he resisted arrest with violence, he was then subsequently charged for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, resisting an officer with violence, and also had an open felony fugitive warrant. Again, because of her actions, this individual was taken into custody, one, without incident, and two, able to take another violent person off our streets. Not being done there, in December, as we got into our 2024 holiday operation plan, Officer Ferrafino continued to work with our local retail partners. One of our biggest issues of occurrences are shoplifting at that time of the year. Because of her team-building approach, working with local businesses, but also the target located close by, she was able to build a relationship with those security people. On December 16th, she received a call personally from her partners at Target and was able to stop an individual who was stealing things from inside of the Target before he could get into his gray 2014 Nissan. Before the offender was able to get to the vehicle, she was able to take him into custody and found stolen merchandise, and a records check revealed that the individual had been an extensive criminal past of stealing, to include 6 convictions just for shoplifting, making that a felony. Officer Ferrafino also located a second subject who was in cahoots, so to speak, with the individual, who was wanted for questioning by our detectives in reference to multiple theft incidents. It's because of Officer Ferrafino's constant dedication to the residents, the citizens, and the operations of the police department that she was selected both Officer of the Month for October of '24 and December of 2024. One of our proud moments to have our officers recognized by their peers is what we are here to do today. So on behalf of the department, our Officer of the Month, October and December 2024.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Thank you for being here. First and foremost, I want to thank the chief, the assistant chief, and the command staff, who I have had the pleasure to work with at some point or another during my last 7.5 years in this career. I also want to thank my family, my 3 children, and my wonderful husband who's here today, and the rest of my colleagues who are here to support me. It's been a pleasure to work for the city and do what I do. Thank you.
Sir.
Not that I'm biased, but we have the best and most exceptional police department in the world. Congratulations once again.
Thank you very much.
I think we're all a little biased on that because we feel safe at night walking where we wouldn't feel safe down in the city of Miami doing the same thing.
You're just saying that because you're in our building. I understand. We outnumber you all only here. City Hall wouldn't work that way.
Thank you for loaning us the space.
Chief, you ready? Item A6, A6 and A7.
So good morning, Mayor. I'm going to respectfully ask that we defer both A6 and A7. Both our Firefighter of the Month and Firefighter of the Year are working a structure fire right now at the 200 block of Bird. The fire's been extinguished. It was at a service dealership, and they were exchanging a high voltage battery that caught fire. Perfect. So, all right, I'm going to, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Moving on to the approval of minutes for B1.
I'll move it.
Second?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to B2.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Public comment?
Mr. Mayor, first speaker today is Mrs. Mary Cruz.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I thought it was going to be a good day today. So let's start nicely before it gets worse. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. And I'm here. I thought it was going to be a great beginning, but I must apologize to the police officers that were here. What an honor to recognize police officers for doing a wonderful job, because I do believe that, yes, we do have the best. But I'm sorry, while we were doing the presentations, the mayor was on his phone. I guess that's why last time he didn't know what had happened here. I apologize. We need to start paying attention to the people that take the time to come here, especially when we're honoring them. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Jackson Rip Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, good morning.
Thank you all. I may be the luckiest man in all of Miami because I have the greatest possible news. There's evidence that may be proof that we can stop hurricanes from ever hitting Miami again. Can you play the video, please? City Clerk?
If cable TV could please play the video Mr. Holmes had sent in.
September 11th, 2001. That is Hurricane Erin. At the time, it was a Category 1 hurricane. And if we look at what was happening just about 400 miles to the west of there in lower Manhattan, this is from our MODIS satellite from NASA. And you can actually, if you look very closely there in lower Manhattan, you can see the smoke coming down from the Twin Towers there on September 11th. That very brisk northerly flow, a cold front had moved through and deflected this hurricane from threatening, or at least getting to New York City, but you can still see the smoke there on our satellite. An incredible picture there in New York.
So you have two possible reasons for it being there. One is it was a coincidence, or it did have something to do with it.
What tells me that this was controlled was that there was no concern about how long that storm was going to stall out there.
How could they be that sure of exactly when the hurricane was going to leave?
Nobody knows about this. Nobody knows about this hurricane.
Why weren't people given a warning unless they were so sure, 100% sure, of what that hurricane was going to do?
Thank you.
Okay, great. So y'all at home, this is the epiphany. This is a miracle. We have proof that hurricanes can be controlled. That Hurricane Aaron was controlled and blocked from making landfall in New York City. So what we need to do, I've got to call in today to the National Hurricane Center, and what I'm going to ask them is never let another hurricane hit Miami again. Can you put up the last slide on that, please? For those of you who want more information, you can see my YouTube channel, the full 15-minute video of it. See if the clerk can find that. Look at my YouTube channel about Hurricane Aaron. Let's see if we can pull it up. It's 15 minutes. It's unbelievable because you figure I'm sending this now to the public affairs at the National Hurricane Center, and I said, look, they can't argue with the truth, right? They can't argue with video proof that we can stop hurricanes.
Mr. Clerk?
Trying, sir.
No worries. You want to come back to it? You got it?
So, is it this at the bottom that you're talking about, sir? Is it this at the bottom? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, we have it on the screen.
Sorry. Oh, you got it. Oh, good. Yeah, so those of you at home or in this audience, look for my video there. You can see it. You can freeze frame on it. And that's a 15-minute proof that hurricanes can be stopped from making landfall. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk?
Lynn Bluestein.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
Lynn Bluestein, 4330 Southwest 15th Street. 2 weeks ago, I asked a question that was not answered. Today, I am here on behalf of my friends that live in Coral Gables, who were part of the 63% who overwhelmingly voted no in the August election to the straw ballot question regarding the annexation of Little Gables. The tax-paying residents of Coral Gables do not want to spend over $24 million on the annexation of Little Gables. They want the services they need, deserve, and pay for to be delivered to them. So, in the name of truth and transparency, I will ask this question again. If those of you who are up for re-election are re-elected to your present offices, would you proceed to apply for the annexation of Little Gables to Miami-Dade County? Do you intend to disregard and overturn the will of your tax-paying voters?
No.
I mean, I would love to know where this question, why it was triggered, but you know where I stand. And I'm not up for re-election, but.
Well, I would like to know where the people who are up for re-election stand on this issue. It's not just me, it's the voters of Coral Gables that want to know because they overwhelmingly voted no.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, depends on what the voters want.
Will you please answer the question? Would you vote for it, yes or no?
I said it depends on what the voters want.
The voters voted no.
Yes, they voted no then. If they change their mind, and they might change their mind 5 years from now, I can't hold it against them. It's up to the voters.
But don't they need to know where you stand in order for them to decide who they want to vote for?
I will listen to the voters. That's the answer.
But the voters want to listen to you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for
By the
your
way,
time.
the voters voted no. Coral Gables residents voted no, so I vote no.
I know that, but you're not up for re-election.
He is.
Technically, I am.
Well, not for your seat.
But Ms. Bluestein, if I can give you a little bit of comfort, I have to commend our County Commissioner, Kevin Cabrera, who has placed an item on the County Commission agenda to put a moratorium on future annexations from Miami-Dade County. I'm hopeful the rest of the county commission listens to Commissioner Cabrera and passes that. I think, like you said, we have had an overwhelming support by Coral Gables voters not to pursue annexation going forward. And I'm not up for re-election, but I'm here for the next 2 years, and you have my commitment to stand by what the voters of Coral Gables have mandated.
I believe that the Dade County issue that was presented today is for commercial and industrial annexation and has nothing to do with residential. And even Commissioner Cabrera made the comment that he knows what a land grab is.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Really, thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment. Moving on to the consent agenda.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda? If not, may I please have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
So we have a 10 a.m. time certain for A8 in regards to the Coral Gables Museum. We'll take a 5-minute break. Take a 5-minute break because we can't take it before 10 a.m. And I don't want to take another item because it may run over. So we'll see each other at 10 o'clock in 6 minutes. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Welcome back. We have a time certain, 10 a.m. for agenda item A8, presentation by the Coral Gables Museum. Commissioner Withers, it's always a pleasure to have you here, along with Elvis, our director of the museum. Thank you, sir. Welcome back.
Well, thank you very much, and I think we have a real quick 1-minute montage queued up. Let's roll it, and we'll start a very brief presentation.
If cable TV can play the video.
Well done.
Do you have any questions? No. Again, good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Manager, City Clerk, City Attorney. We, on behalf of the entire Board of Directors and the staff, we very much appreciate this opportunity to present to you kind of a State of the Union where we are with the museum. I have a very quick presentation, and then Elvis will follow up with something. But I just want to let you know the museum is in very good shape. We're trending extremely well. We've got a couple new hires that I think are really going to be sensational for the city. After all, this is your museum. This is the Residents Museum, and we're really excited. We have some great things. The city has been an incredible partner the past couple of years. They've helped us co-sign and acquire some very significant capital improvement grants, which I think close to $750,000 to $1 million that we're going to be able to get that building into pristine shape. The programming is going to be off the charts. We've kind of refocused and shifted a little bit towards a lot more of a family application. You're going to see an increased involvement in family days and on getting the neighborhood involved in the museum. Our gallery night, I don't know if you've been recently, but it's been off the charts. We've had 800 to 1,000 people attend, and most recently we had probably one of the best galas. I know some of you were there, some of you couldn't make it, but I think it was absolutely sensational. Mother Nature dropped a bomb on us with a very low temperature on a Friday night, but then raised the temperature about 10 degrees the next night, so it ended up being very, very comfortable. Little aside on the gala, we had bought, I don't know, 100, 150 blankets for all the patrons while they were sitting in the plaza. It was warm enough where they didn't need the blankets, so they were all donated to downtown missions and whatever for folks on the street that needed to keep warm. So the city of Coral Gables did have an impact outside its boundaries with folks downtown. So again, I'd like to present to you Elvis Fuentes, and from the bottom of my heart, this has been a journey for me, and if it wasn't for the city of Coral Gables as a partner, that video you just saw that lasted 59 seconds wouldn't tell the story of what's going on. So I present to you Elvis, our Executive Director, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner With it. Well, very briefly, I just want to thank you for the opportunity and all the support that we receive with the city, from the city. I'm really very grateful for all the collaboration that the city has continued with the museum throughout the years, but especially this year with the centennial coming up. It's been really great. We're actually very thankful also for the cleanup that we have, in preparation for the gala. Now we're seeing the renovation of the Sister Cities room. So I want to thank all of you and also, of course, the city manager, the people from Public Works that are doing an amazing job. And also the communication marketing department that's doing a phenomenal job. A lot of people are coming because they learn from what we're doing through the city, and so we're very grateful for that. Coming up, we're preparing for the Centennial, a very special exhibition. Actually, it's a series of exhibitions. One focused on a recent donation that we received from the fire department. So we're going to be telling the story about the 100 years of the Coral Gables Fire Department, really extraordinary donation of archival material, artifacts, really sensational. And in the exhibition, the main exhibition that we're going to have on 100 places, highlighting 100 years of the city history, that we're also doing collaboration with the Department of Communication. We're presenting the 100 videos, the 100 interviews that they had done as part of that exhibition. We call it Coral Gables Centennial, the story of a city through 100 places and faces. And also, I want to thank the Economic Development Department. We've been collaborating in highlighting the sister cities of Coral Gables. We're presenting on February 25th a very important lecture by the president of the Cezanne Society at the museum. And we're also collaborating with the Feria de Sevilla, and we're presenting an exhibition of the restoration of La Giralda. That's such an important structure that has influenced the Coral Gables architecture throughout the history. So I want to thank you again for this opportunity, and I hope that you come back. I distributed a little bit about the information of what we have right now, and I hope that you visit soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elvis. Are there any questions that I can respond to?
I don't have questions, but first off, as a board member, I want to make witness of the hard work and the dedication, not only of yourself and the board, but Elvis and his wonderful team. I mean, the program has been great. The amount of families that are enjoying the facilities never looked better in the sense of the upkeep and the maintenance that is being done there. I've had the opportunity of going to multiple events over the last month, from Bike Walk Coral Gables to the gala, to going to exhibitions that have happened at the museum. The museum is alive, so I want to commend you on that. And the city goes as the museum goes, in my opinion. The better the museum looks, the cleaner it looks, the more inviting it is, the more welcoming it is. At the end of the day, it only benefits the city. So I want to commend you, Chip. I know you have your hands full across the board on many different fronts, and to give of the time that you give, I commend you for that, because I know that you have a lot of stuff on your plate, and you give an immense amount of time to this museum, to this city, and you do it because out of the love that you have, not only because of the years of service, but also the simple fact that you believe that this museum is an anchor of the city of Coral Gables. So I want to thank you for that. Thank you.
Well, listen, Vince, thank you. Those are refreshing and kind words. It's been a labor of love, but I have to do a shout out to this board that I'm a member of. I've been involved, like many of you, in a lot of organizations, and if you have 5 or 10% board members that are really active, you feel comfortable that you can get stuff done. This board is all in. I've never been a part of a group of individuals that I knew one of them when I took on the role as chairman, other than by name and face. And the past 6 or 7 months has been a Herculean effort by the board, and the results are this institution is strong, and I'm excited about what we can present to the city in the next 3 to 4 months, because it's going to, starting with the time capsule. Real quick, we've kind of, just give me a quick shout out on that as well. We've decided to invite kids to write letters to the future. So the time capsule is going to be an effort with hopefully all the local schools, and we're going to encouraging each of the kids to write a letter, and it's not going to be one of these 100-year time capsules. It's probably going to be a little shorter lifespan, so that in 25, 30, 40 years, these kids can open it, or their kids can open and see what their parents wrote in letters today on the 100th centennial. So we're excited about that.
Great work. Great work.
Would this be from a certain high school, all the kids that go into the museum?
I'm sorry?
The letters, are they going to be?
We're going to go across the board. We're going to go with elementary, obviously, which is going to be a totally different type of maybe a poem, I don't know, and then we're going to go to high school, which hopefully will be a little more challenging as to where they are at this point in their lives and what the world is like for them today. So we're just developing that. We've got this great hire coming in 2 weeks from a fellow museum. She is absolutely phenomenal and already hitting the ground running with some really cool ideas. So we'll engage you all, and it would be cool to get the school kids, and instead of just putting a MAGA hat or an iPhone into the ground, we want to put something that hopefully has some long-term lasting effects and will impact people when they read it in the future.
So it's not 100 years, but have you decided how many years they're going to open it in?
What do you think?
I think 25 years is sufficient. I mean, 25 years, really, there's so much difference that can go on in your life.
I think, we were in that time range because the kids that would be writing the letters are like 10 to 15 to 18 now. So they'll be young adults at that time, and it'll be a lot more impactful, I think, to show to their kids or whatever at that point. So we were looking at the 25 to 30-year range as well.
Amazing.
So I'll tell you that I hadn't saved some of my writings from when I was in school and showed them to my children at some point in time, and it was a really interesting position for them to look at their age, what I wrote at the same age, back then, and they could see, different thought patterns and so forth, but also the writing style. There were similarities, because at least the way that I taught them, but they thought it was interesting. They found it very interesting to see what their
When
mother
I
had
look
written.
back when I was in high school, and I don't know, the world just didn't seem to be important to me in the big scope. My immediate world was what I was doing that day and that weekend. And I think today kids have a little broader outlook on what's actually taking place around them as opposed to just what's happening at the moment. So it's going to be exciting. I won't be alive, but it'll be exciting to see, what some of the, I'm going to hopefully be able to read some of the letters before they're put in the time capsule, just to kind of see the thought process. But we're pretty excited about it. It's going to be, I think, something pretty cool for the city to embrace as well. So.
No, I think you're absolutely correct, because the world is different. They have these devices, and you get news 24/7 in a much more, heavy hand, constant way than we did from the black and white TVs that we had when we were growing up. So
and no air conditioning.
No air conditioning, and lots of critters around too. But the amount of work that you have been able to accomplish, and the wide variety of people that you pull in for various different things, whether it's children and activity groups and young associates coming in there and so forth, has enriched this museum far more than the original vision, I think, was for just to be a history museum. But by pulling in the younger folks, young adults and so forth, they do get to experience the history more than if it had only remained a history museum. So thank you for the vision of doing that.
Well,
thank you.
And if anyone has any educators that they know personally, or anybody listening, we're open to help and suggestions, and we're just putting the logistics of it together now. We really haven't got into the creating the documents, but we would love to have anybody that wants to be engaged in this to participate as part of the 100-year centennial. So,
thank you.
How is the museum doing financially compared to the past 2 years?
Compared to last year?
To the past 2 years.
So that's an excellent question. The summer is always very tough for the museum, and you hope you build up enough reserves going into the summer that you can carry yourself at least until the fall. This summer we had the perfect storm. We had to termite the building, so it was closed a month. We had to redo the community hall, so we couldn't lease the space, and that was closed for several months. We had some funding from the state of Florida, redirected. So we missed out on kind of some of the monies we expected during the summer. I can tell you that since that time, we have signed an exclusive catering agreement with a high-end caterer that's projecting to be very well on the building rental side. We did well with the gala. We netted, in this public record, probably somewhere around $60,000, which is about what it costs us to run the museum for a month. We've got several grants out there. We've got a couple of big exhibitions where we have not sponsors of $5,000 and $10,000, but sponsors of $25,000 and $30,000, which is a big difference. So far, projecting through the 2025 fiscal year through next October, we seem like we're going to be hitting all of our numbers, and unless something really drastic happens, we should do well this year. So we're excited about that.
Well,
But
that's
thank you.
amazing. That's amazing. Thank you for that update.
And thanks to the city, because I know that you all were very helpful with us last September, October, which really helped us get over the I guess it was a difficult time in the month of August and September, and city stepped up and helped us out with, the grant. So we're very appreciative of that as well.
So just chiming in on the 25 years, I think is a good point. If we looked back 25 years ago, I think you were sitting on the dais. I was in high school at the time, so a lot has changed. Commissioner Menendez talked about cell phones. I don't think we had cell phones at the time. So definitely there has been a major change. This past week, actually, my mother was going through old boxes and she found a letter I wrote to Santa when I was a kid. And, I was asking for a computer. Back then, that was something that was hard to come by.
Right.
But it's interesting just going and looking at it and saying, this is what my mindset was when I was 7 years old.
Right.
So I think that's a phenomenal idea. The next few weeks, I'd welcome the opportunity to sit down as we did when I first got elected, come out to the museum and go over things and just kind of get a little more immersed on what's been going on since. As I've always said, and I've told Elvis numerous times, I've always thought the museum should have more of a historic feel. I'm glad to see that is being observed this year for the centennial, but I'd like to see a plan where it continues going forward as well, and not such of a large component for art, but more of a component for the history of our city, which is really what we're trying to highlight. And, if there's anything that the city can do to help promote, I recently met with the chamber, and one of the things we were talking about was the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau really doesn't do a lot to promote Coral Gables and attract folks to come to our city. We're working on scheduling a meeting with them and the chamber and myself to try to see how we can get some of their taxpayer dollars that they're using to promote South Florida, but to start attracting people to our city. And I think the museum is a place that we can attract them to and bring folks who are visiting our area, who are looking for history. I've been at City Hall a couple of times, and tourists have just walked in because they saw the nice building, and I've given them a tour of City Hall. They didn't even know what the City Hall was. And I know Martha Bunting has worked on the new map, which highlights a lot of our historic locations. And I think we just need to do a little bit more of that, just continue to promote and work together to ensure that the museum is successful. We do have a large investment as a city in the museum every year. And if the museum's not successful, then we're not successful. So it's important for all of us to make sure that the museum is as successful as it can be. So I'm here to help, and I'd welcome the opportunity to come out and meet with the two of you and kind of go over things and see
great.
if there's anything. I know you said that the Sister Cities room is being renovated. That's one of the ideas that I had given, potentially incorporating the consulates of those sister city nations and having them sponsor a month or two every year promoting their country. That's a way that maybe we can attract a different crowd to the museum. It's something that shouldn't take a whole large investment from them, but it's also to give them pride and promote within their country for people to come to the Coral Gables Museum. So I think there's things that can be done, maybe to highlight some of those smaller spaces that we have. But I look forward to working with all of you.
Yeah, and you were right. We were art heavy for a while. They're very expensive to curate. You sometimes don't cover your costs unless you have a major sponsor. And we had a couple of strikes that didn't quite make it out of the infield. So, but one thing we have done is we really focused on our community partners like the Miami Garden Club, David Fairchild, and we're hopefully going to be able to start establishing some pretty consistent educational series with those folks. So it's not just going to be an exhibit. It'll be followed up with a series of lectures and educational opportunities. So yeah, we got some momentum now, which is kind of exciting.
And by the way, you do have a school principal here in the room from an elementary school, so.
There you go.
So,
We're ready for that. All right, guys.
I just want to add, since 30 years is going by, not that long ago, I found a VHS tape of Gables, Coral Gables TV. It was a commission meeting, and the discussion was about renovations to the youth center back in the 90s, 30 years ago.
Right.
The interesting thing is, I was at the podium, and you were sitting here. And I was a blonder, leaner me.
Right.
But I was, in support of the youth center changes, and you were the commission. That goes to show how 30 years, how things change.
Wow.
We're still serving, you're still serving,
There you
I'm
go.
still serving, but different perspective, but we're working together. But that was exactly 30 years ago I found
Wow,
that
has
tape.
it been that long? I remember the three issues were street closing between the youth center and the library, that was an issue. The height of the lights was an issue, and then whether to put artificial turf in was an issue.
Yeah, and the lights, everybody protested, we don't want tall lights because
And
it'll
that's
spill into the
another issue,
neighborhood. As soon as they turned on the lights, everybody goes, wow, it really works.
Yeah.
And we're
That was
still
30
dealing with
years
the tall
ago?
lights issue.
That was 30 years ago?
30 years ago, exactly.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, guys, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy the-
Thank you, Elvis. Good to see you.
Mr. Mayor, before you move forward, I have a member of the public who requests to speak on this item.
Perfect.
Mrs. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I am impressed that for this 100th year, we're doing so much for our history, but I must urge the people, the board that involved with the museum to remember that the vision for this museum was not to be a modern art museum, but to be a historical museum. And I do think that we're on the right track, but I hope that what we're doing today and for this 100 years is not going to be just for this year, that will continue putting the emphasis on the history of Coral Gables, because that's what it was meant to be. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, perfect. We'll move on to time certain item G1, 10:30 a.m.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the concept and donation of a work of public art by Jaume Plensa in conjunction with the 4241 Aurora Avenue Development Project in fulfillment of the Art in Public Places requirement for public art in private development and applying funds set aside in escrow in conjunction with the 4225 Ponce de Leon Boulevard Development Project.
Good morning, Mayor,
Morning,
Vice
how are you?
Mayor, Commissioners. Catherine Cathers, Arts and Culture Coordinator for the city. So this morning, we have the developers of 4241 Aurora Street. They're coming before the commission with a petition waiver request of the Art and Public Places fee requirement. I'd like to introduce Eduardo Atalo and Devin Vickers representing the project, and then Carlos Duran, who will be speaking via Zoom, will be representing the artist, and they'll discuss details about the proposal. I'll come back up and fill in the city side of it.
Morning.
Good morning. Devin Vickers with Greenberg Chorig, offices located at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. If IT could pull up our presentation, please. I'm very excited to be here before you this morning to present this very exciting project and artwork that has taken a few years in the making. I'm joined here this morning, as Catherine mentioned, by our property owner and developer for 4241 Aurora LLC, Eduardo Otaola, who has been the art aficionado of our team and who has really stepped up and has been there from the beginning to the art selection to this point. I also have the distinct pleasure of being joined by the artist representative and director of the Senda Gallery, Carlos Duran, who is joining us via Zoom all the way from Barcelona, Spain. And so before I turn it over to our artist representative and Eduardo to speak and give you details about the artwork itself, I want to kind of give you some background and remind you of the project, as well as address some of the commitments we made to this commission back in 2023 when you approved the 4241 project itself. So taking you back to 2023, perfect, thank you. So taking you back to 2023, you may remember that this commission approved a true mixed-use development located at 4241 Aurora Street that contained ground floor commercial, upper-level residential, as well as upper-level office space. And you also may remember, as part of that project, we committed to providing a nearly 5,000 square foot park on the southern end of the property, where our clients committed to conveying that city park upon completion to the city. So it's actually within that park space that we are providing the signature art piece by world-renowned artist Jaume Plensa that is before you today. So the proposed art piece and its actual location is a culmination of all the input and feedback we've received from this commission as to the park design itself, but also various neighborhood meetings that we've had where neighborhood stakeholders were able to give us input about the park design itself. Most recent meeting being as of August 2024, as well as the Art Advisory Panel and the Cultural Development Board as to the artwork and location itself, where we obtained unanimous approval from both of those boards. And before I turn it over to the artist, I think it's also worth mentioning that this art piece is a culmination and really a marriage of two different projects. So what we were able to do was utilize the funds that for the evaluation of this artwork from the 4241 project, as well as utilize the funds from a neighboring office development to the east that was also approved by this commission a few years ago, 4225 Ponce de Leon Boulevard. And so in order to bring an art piece of this magnitude and, quite frankly, this price tag to the city of Coral Gables and on this site, we were able to aggregate both of those monetary values to bring this art piece to the site. And that is how we were able to bring this artwork that is valued at over $700,000 to Merrick Park. And so without further ado, if we can get the artist representative on the line to give you a little bit more information about the artwork itself.
Thank you very much.
Carlos, if you're on the line.
I am not.
Carlos,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, because it was a machine thing that I was unmuted and I was not. Hello to everyone.
How are you?
Yes, very good. Thank you very much. How can I help, or what shall I say? I lost the question, sorry, because there was a computer talking at the same time.
No problem. Carlos, if you could give a little bit of background on Jaume Plensa, the artist himself, as well as more detail about the artwork, the inspiration of the artwork, the materials of the artwork, and how this came to be on this site.
Okay. Well, regarding the artist, Jaume Plensa is a Spanish, is a Barcelona-born artist, and I'm sure many of you may know him. And it's not by name, for sure by images, because his iconography has been recognized all over the world, and he has been doing public pieces all over with a quite significant acceptance. I would say not acceptance. Craziness of the city. You might remember, for example, the one there is one in Manhattan right now, very important. You have one in the Perez Museum as well, one of those big heads of a young woman. Or you might remember perhaps the one in Madrid, in Plaza Colón, which is basically creating the skyline of Madrid. I mean, it's an iconic piece. Jaume has been working since the 80s. developing a language that makes him, I might say, one of the most important sculptors in the world nowadays. He went from a very, let's say, brutal pieces in the beginning of his career, going through a process of conceptualizing and ending in what it's right now his, let's say, culmination probably of the iconography and the style of Jaume Plensa, which are these images that you have also seen probably in the Venice Biennale and in many other venues. Jaume took the image of a young lady in the turning point from child to woman, in this moment where pureness is still like dominating the face, but it's already not a child, it's already let's say a woman. And his works are always inviting, with the eyes closed, they are inviting to the audience to take time to, look for inside yourself, take time to it's like yelling or screaming for peace and for calm. And they are very, very extremely powerful in the sense of being completely, I don't know how you say, with the beauty, you cannot be, sorry, my English is not good enough for that. But it's a sculpture that, of course, talks to the high-level curators and museum directors all over the world, but talks directly to the average people. And this is something that makes him extremely loved because of that connection, that the immediate connection. So in the beginning, when we started talking about this possible commission, Jaume is very, thank God, his life is, he's having quite a lot of requests, and he's deciding where to do things and why. And when he was approached by Mr. Paola and the rest of the people, they were very kind in explaining, of course, the connection with Florida. We all have been there and we love it, and there is cultural connections and so on and so on. But there was also a sensitivity of what do they wanted to do with the sculpture. Why was the sculpture meant to be, and what was the purpose of it? And this engaged Jaume to develop the project. And he has been working in a new phase. It's Mina. It's a 3-meter bronze piece, white. It's a completely new thing because it has been made for that project. He has been working for, let's say, more than a year, probably, more than a year in it. And I might say it's going to be an iconical. Sorry for repeating my words, but it's going to be a reference. No, it's like one of those points in the city that people remember because of the presence of the piece. And it's also very interesting, the presence of the piece, both daylight and both nightlight, because it's a real, being white and being well illuminated, it's like a real presence that, as I said before, invites you to peace, calm, introspection, reflection, a little bit in this crazy moment of fastness and information we live. It's like the opposite. It's inviting you to meditate and to look for your inside.
Thank you, Carlos. Just to wrap up, we are extremely excited to bring this art piece to Merrick Park. And I think just to wrap up what Carlos was saying about the introspection of this piece, it's as a layman person myself who will be the first one to say I know nothing about art, but I was immediately struck by this piece because it's of a young woman, as Carlos said, with her eyes closed and in deep contemplation. And so that is juxtaposed with kind of the hustle and bustle of Merrick Park. And it's going to be surrounded by the lush landscaping that we are providing in the park. So we think that this is the best location to bring this world-renowned artist and this world-renowned sculpture to Merrick Park. I think one thing that Carlos may have mentioned was that also the sculpture materials is of a bronzed material with a marble base. And one of the questions that came up at our advisory board or our advisory panel was to make sure that the sculpture materials itself lended to Coral Gables and South Florida climate, which Carlos ensured them that it would, and was specifically picked for this location, in taking into consideration the climate of South Florida. So if you all have any questions about the artwork itself or location, we would be happy to answer them. If not, I will turn it over to Catherine. Thank you so
very
much.
Thank you, Devin and Carlos. So just going over, I think that Devin actually covered a lot of this, but just for the city side, we could continue the PowerPoint, but it doesn't really matter. It's mostly all text, things that you've heard before. So this is complying with Section 9-103 of the zoning code, which allows for the petition of a waiver by commissioning, donating, and installing artwork with an appraised value equal to or greater than the amount of the art and public places fee. So right now, we anticipate that it'll be about the same amount with the two projects combined. As part of the developer's agreement with the city, the green space, as Devin mentioned, along San Lorenzo Avenue is being deeded to the city as a public park where the sculpture is proposed and will be donated to the city, so it will become part of our collection. The Arts Advisory Panel and Cultural Development Board voted unanimously to recommend the artwork at their meetings of January 15th and the 21st. And the cost, as we already mentioned, is estimated to be over $700,000. Artwork and all related expenses for the installation will be the responsibility of the developer. The developer is also required to provide additional fees towards the professional maintenance. So in accordance with that, it'll be 10%, and that will be meeting that qualification. So all these items will be memorialized in a letter of understanding that will be attached to the permit for the 4241 Aurora Street project.
Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor?
I just wanted to add, the developer here was very accommodating to the neighborhood. We had a meeting, and I think it was August. It was hot. That's what I remember. With the neighbors, not only with the design of the park, the large mature trees that are going to be moved into that park from on the site to enhance that park, but this piece of artwork was in the conceptual drawing, and it was immensely well received by the residents in that area. So I congratulate you for the efforts you've made to choose a piece that everybody loves. It does cause that introspection. It causes you to pauses, slow down at the hectic pace of life that we have today, and I think it's a welcome addition to the area. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I just had one question. The location of the art, is it going to be recessed into the landscaping, or is it going to be, I think there was part of the discussion so that children can touch it and make it something that is interactive.
Yeah, one of the discussions that came up at the arts panel and was also confirmed through the cultural board, they did ask that there be paving around the whole piece so it could be seen from the different perspectives. They felt, and I agree, that that's a really important aspect of the artwork. So while we wouldn't necessarily encourage people, to touch it a lot, it's going to be white painted bronze, but if they do, it's not being set so that they can't do that. Right now, it's on a marble plinth, basically.
Right, so I guess the reason I bring it up is I just want to make sure that if it is a marble slab that it's on, that there are no sharp corners or edges, because we don't want a child falling and hitting that sharp edge. If it can just be softened so that it just isn't a hazard. That's it.
Anything else? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
First speaker is Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'm trying to understand, at my age, it's not easy to do that. But I'm a little confused. It says that we're approving a concept and donation, but most of the money is coming from the art in public places? Or how much is the developer contributing? Just the installation and the upkeep, or how much is?
Catherine, would you like to provide some background?
So the code requires the art and public places fee to either be paid into the fund. They can request a waiver, and that waiver is through the purchase and installation of the artwork. So that's what they're spending the art and public places fee on. And Christina.
So if I can clarify, it's being paid by the developer's required contribution. It's listed as a donation because it's not going to be something that stays on their property. It's going to be on city property.
Okay, but the money was required. So this is not extra money being put in. This is using the money that are required to put into that account.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I want. Because, when you say donation, it sounds like I'm doing something. Well, if I was required to put it in, all I'm doing now is deciding what I want to use that money for. Correct?
It will be installed on city property as opposed to their private property. So that is why it's a donation to the city, because now the city will own that property.
Okay, but the city property was an agreement already in the construction, right? I mean, the park was supposed to be deeded anyway, correct?
Correct. There's not a donation about the park. It's a donation about the artwork.
Okay. But once again, the money is a requirement, so what they're choosing now is what they're going to use that money for. That's what I understand. I want to make sure.
Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, on Zoom, I have Carela Carbonell, who's requested to speak.
Ms. Carbonell? You want to come back, and if there's anyone else?
There's no one else, sir.
Ms. Carbonell, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
We're asking her to unmute. There she is.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. Actually, I wanted to speak on the item before, which was on the Coral Gables Museum, but, I guess, if that's already passed, then I'm going to, just say that, and again, am I able to respond to that item before? Because that's the item I wanted to speak on.
Madam City Attorney?
It's up to you, Mayor, as
I
chair.
have no issues
presiding
with it as
the
long as you just keep it brief since we already heard that item.
Okay, well, thank you. I just wanted to say I'm encouraged by the Coral Gables Museum's shift, basically from what they were offering, which was, so much art and, a lot of Latin American art and so really shifting to the original mission, which is a historical museum. And I do ask, and this is something that, should never have happened, but I do ask on behalf of the preservation community, is that they do need to bring George Merrick's exhibit back in its entirety. Having an exhibit or, some posters by the bathroom hallway really shouldn't satisfy the museum, as a whole and as its mission. So anyway, that's what I wanted to, comment, and I am hopefully looking forward to a more robust future. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
I'm going to vote yes. And before we move on to the next item, I want to commend Constellation for their efforts. Again, when we first met about these two projects, I asked you to join both amounts of money for the artwork to get a work that is more robust in nature and it's less maintenance for the city and for everyone involved. Also, getting the park deeded over to the city was an item that I requested from you, and we were able to get it done in a commission meeting, and I commend you for that. We're getting a world-class piece of art here. I was in Madrid last year, and I got to witness Julia, which is the actual work that's in Plaza Colón. You're talking about a world-class artist who is in every major art fair, every major museum, and if you want to see a live sculpture in your face, you don't have to travel to Madrid. You can go to the PAM, and you can see a beautiful sculpture, which is a magnificent sculpture in size and in quality at the PAM right there on the ocean. So I want to commend the team for putting something together, for deeding it to the city, which I think is incredibly important as we continue to grow our parks, inventory, and we continue to elevate the quality of art that we have here in the city. So this is something that, again, I think everyone sees the beauty in it and the quality in it, so I commend you for that. Thank you. Moving on to the next item, I know we have a time certain at 11. We have 10 minutes. Do you think we can hear item E1? I kind of feel bad having the church here waiting.
You want to do E1?
Yeah, let's do E1.
Okay. I think we need Jennifer also. E1 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending ordinance number 2997 to add a new multi-purpose building and increase the maximum student enrollment from 881 to 945 students for St. Teresa Catholic School located at 2701 Indian Mound Trail, Coral Gables, Florida. All other provisions and conditions of approval contained in ordinance number 2997 shall remain in effect and providing an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial item, so Mr. Clerk, can you please swear in any individuals who will be testifying today?
Those who will be speaking on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I'm Suzanne Doherty from the law firm J. Patrick Fitzgerald and Associates with an address at 110 Merrick Way. We represent Archbishop Wensky, the owner of the property, Father Manny Alvarez, the pastor of Little Flower, and Sister Rosalie, the principal of St. Teresa Catholic School. We're pleased to present our application, and we thank you for your thoughtful consideration. The approval being sought is to amend ordinance number 2997, the approval for a one-story multi-purpose building for indoor athletics in a gym and performing arts facilities, and to include basketball, volleyball, performing arts, music room, theater, special purpose classrooms for arts and office and storage areas, and also to approve an increase in maximum student enrollment that was established in 1992 from 881 students to 945. Please note, improving the school campus with a multipurpose gym building is a requirement for the school's accreditation issued by the Florida Catholic Conference. It will also allow for all school classes and performances to be located within the school campus, so students no longer need to cross Sevilla Avenue to participate in those activities in the church sanctuary and Comber Hall. It's also important to note that the school enrollment has averaged 953 students for the past 33 years. It was not until the current application was submitted that the City Commission uncovered the 1992 ordinance that capped the enrollment. The staff report acknowledges that neither the city nor the school administration were aware of the enrollment cap. The request to amend the ordinance is more a housekeeping item to better align the enrollment with what the actual numbers have been over the past 33 years. The school will submit yearly enrollment figures each year with its certificate of use, and it will not exceed the 945 maximum being requested. The current drop-off pickup operational plans and patterns will remain because there is no increase in students. The students' traffic engineer's trip count analysis confirmed the adequacy of the current pattern. The drop-off pickup will remain under the supervision and facilitation of the city's police department. And in particular, attention will be paid to monitoring unauthorized parking on the swales surrounding the school, especially along Valencia Avenue. The new building will actually improve the number of afternoon pickup trips because more students will be able to attend afternoon sports and arts programs and will be picked up later in the afternoon. The school retains the city police officer to be located all day at the school campus during school hours for the safety and security of the students, staff, and occupants at the campus. The multi-purpose building will not be used to increase evening events, but will be for those that are already being held at the school and church. Those functions will be relocated to the new building and include home and school meetings and occasional theatrical performances, meetings and workshops, and choir practices. The uses are passive uses and will run no later than 9 p.m. at night. There will be no evening sporting events or tournaments in the gym. Use of the gym and field will be for the school and church purposes and events and will not be utilized by third parties or events unrelated to the school or church. The new building will be located within the northwest quadrant of the school field. The ball fields will shift to the east. The current basketball and volleyball courts will be relocated from the most eastern side of the field into the indoor gym. These sports are more intense in terms of players and noise volume. Relocating those sports from this area to the indoor gym will result in a quieter field activities such as soccer. Soccer has less players and they spread out over a larger field. The soccer field will actually be set back a greater distance from Palo Street than where the current courts are located. Baseball will be relocated directly east of the new building to avoid balls being thrown or hit outside the field's perimeter. Track and field will remain on the perimeter of the athletic field. There is no request for field lighting. There has never been, nor will there be, field lights for night games or tournaments. The height of the new building is 24 feet around the perimeter and steps up to 37 feet within the interior to accommodate the gym and is substantially lower than the allowable maximum height of 45 feet. All HVAC, transformers, and other mechanicals will be located on the roof and/or at ground level of the new building and will be screened and landscaped in accordance with the city's code requirements. All building lighting will be contained within the campus and will comply with the city's lighting code requirements. The school will meet green building certification upon completion. The construction entrance will be off Valencia Avenue and into a secure and camouflaged fence construction staging area located within the field. There will be no access to the construction staging area by any others than those working on construction. Upon completion of the construction, the sidewalks and swale areas will be restored to the city's code standards and requirements. In addition, landscape will be installed and enhanced for beautification and security along the entire perimeter of the school campus and around the new building in compliance with the city's robust landscape requirements. The school's perimeter fencing will remain screened and landscaped. Commencement of the construction will be upon approval by the city of the construction plans and specifications and issuance of building permits. It is also contingent on funding being raised by the school and church's ongoing capital campaign. Construction is expected to last about 1 year from commencement. Father and Manny and Sister Rosalie extended invitations to meet with neighbors who notified the city that they had questions or concerns about the school expansion plans relating mostly to school enrollment, drop-off pickup queuing, parking in the swales, and field activity noise. Sister Rosalie and Father Manny extended personal invitations to each family to meet to discuss the plans and the neighbors' concerns. Many, but not all, took the opportunity to meet, and we believe the parties have come to an agreement to continue open dialogue about concerns on an ongoing basis. Noise by the children while out on the field was an issue brought forward at the Planning and Zoning hearing, and the school agreed to install a noise mitigation wall along the length of the field area on its eastern boundary, as well as enhanced landscape in that area. The school is in agreement to comply with the approval conditions by staff and the Planning and Zoning Board. We would like to call your attention, however, to the fact that the school's current landscape along Palos Avenue south to the end of the field has a lush, mature 10-foot hedge, and then meets up with root structures of an old banyan tree. Installation of a sound mitigation wall will result in the removal of the mature hedge and will encounter the banyan tree root structure. The school respectfully requests flexibility in working with city staff, including the arborist and landscape experts, in designing the noise mitigation barrier wall that will result in the least negative impact to the existing landscape while enhancing noise mitigation. We thank you for your time and respectfully request your approval of our application. I do request rebuttal time to address any public comment or board comments. Now I'll turn the presentation over to our team of architects led by Michael Erling from Ziskovich.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Attorney, Clerk, and the community both here in chambers and on Zoom. It's an honor to be here today to take you through this presentation for a fantastic project that will serve both the community and, frankly, the students of this great school in your community. If we could bring the PowerPoint up.
Is there a particular slide you would like them to place, or?
I believe that was the city's prior one. Let me see, just if I go next. There we go. Thank you very much. So here's a view from Indian Mountain Trail. You can see as people will be driving past the front of the new gym facility for the students. And you can also see it is a gym, so it does have a certain height, but what we have done in working with both the Board of Architects, the city architect, planning and zoning, and everybody else would be to step it down as it comes down to the community by providing loges and walkways along the building, creating an elegant entrance that would be then facing the school on the other side. And then as you can see here from the plan, it is located in the corner to also maintain the play fields for the students, and you can kind of see the before and after locations there as it kind of goes in that area. It should be noted that this facility is a requirement for the school by their accreditation board, and we're working with them to provide the facilities that are needed for the students at the school. Here you can see a site plan and how the fields would be located there, up along Valencia with the school, and the open courtyard in front of the school facing the existing facilities that is also used for play during the day, but is used for drop-off and pick-up in the morning and afternoons. Here you can see overall site plans. What we will be doing is not providing just landscaping at our project, but all the way around the perimeter of the school site to infill any gaps that are there, but also beautify the school itself and along the community. So here you can see landscaping along these edges, the two large banyan trees there at the lower right, but then we're also taking new landscaping all the way down and around the school. And here are some of the trees that our landscape architect is working with. And then it also should be noted, it was also mentioned by staff here and others, that what we are doing is we'll be moving a lot of the activities that are outside today on the basketball courts and others into the building. And then we'll have outside recess and a soccer field there, but this will be much less intensity that there is today, which I think also will help out for the community. Here you can see it's mentioned the current location of the hedges and pieces along Valencia and Palos. We will be working with city architect and others in order to beautify this area and have it all set up so that the neighbors and everybody feel like they got the best project at the end of the day. Here's the site plan or floor plan of the building. Again, it's a gymnatorium with additional classrooms and some admin space that will overall augment the school's needs for this location. Here you can see a section through the building showing the requirements and the height, but also how you see in the renderings above, how it steps down to the community. Some views around it, and then the front door facing the school. And with that, we thank you and humbly request your consideration for this project.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. If I could have the PowerPoint, please. There should have been a PowerPoint that was emailed, I think, last week. So as you know, there's two requests, well, it's a two-part request. The first one is about the amendment to the site plan for that building that they are proposing to be on the north side of the site. The other one is the amendment to the enrollment. I think we all know where it's located, along Sevilla and Indian Mound Trail. The land use is educational use, okay, and the zoning is a special use. Should I just go with this one? Okay. All right, so the enrollment right now is capped at 881, and that's ordinance number 2997. It's okay, we can keep going to that. They've already seen the building. And as you can see, in the last 30 years, the enrollment's kind of been all over the place, an average of, I think they said 950, 55, it's somewhere around there. So their request today is going to amend that to 945. Go down. This started with a review by Development Review Committee in December of 2023. It was reviewed several times by the Board of Architects. It was reviewed by the Historic Preservation Board, and they approved it back in December of last year. And Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval last month in January. Next slide, please. Letters were sent to the property owner within 1,000 feet of the property. And I believe that was sent 4 times. The property was posted 8 times. The website was posted 4 times, and then twice for newspaper advertisement. And staff does find it to be consistent with the comp plan as relates to education in our community. It does comply with the findings of facts and recommends approval. All the conditions of approval are not to be changed in ordinance number 2997, but additional kind of conditions, such as an annual letter of intent, annual letter of student enrollment for as each year when the school renews their certificate of use, would be asking for an annual letter of what their enrollment is, make sure it stays at that 945 number. Sidewalk improvements on the north side of Valencia to widen that sidewalk, as well as the green building certification. Off-duty police officers for special events to make sure everything is moving smoothly. Underground utility lines is approved by FPL, and then that wall and landscaping to limit the noise along the east side of the property. No sunny use of the field, except for special events, and then outdoor lighting would be prohibited. And then the use can only be done by the school and not by third parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Let me first of all say, this is not my parish, but I think the project is beautiful. I think the only thing that I'm here to strongly support the project, but also what they're asking about the tree and the landscaping. I think we believe in canopy. It'll be a shame if that tree gets damaged and we lose it. So please, if that's the only thing they're asking, everything else seems very reasonable, and the project looks beautiful.
Gloria Pastoriza.
Good morning.
Good morning, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and I'm here because I live at 2601 San Domingo Street. I'm about 120 feet from the fields of the school. So I've been there for 46 and a half years, not going anywhere, we'll be there. So I am here to support the building. I think it's gonna look beautiful. It's great for the children. There's a lot of sports going on. My granddaughter just graduated 2 years ago. My daughter went, my other grandson went. I went to St. Teresa for 2 years, so I'm very much involved and love the school. But the gym is so important. I used to go to my granddaughter's games at Epiphany, at St. Brendan's, St. Thomas. Everybody has a gym except St. Teresa, and it's the oldest school. So I think it is extremely important that we all support that. Mr. Fernandez has a child there, I know he does, and I know you had kids there, so it's just something that is extremely important for all of us. As far as the number of students that are gonna be increasing, I think that's minimal, and to me, it feels like it's probably gonna be siblings that are gonna be going there. So I support everything, and I just think it's gonna look beautiful. It's gonna be great for the spirit. I've never had a problem with St. Teresa. Sure, people park on the soil and things like that, big deal. So I'm all for it.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Madam Vice Mayor.
I think it's as long overdue. You know, we have a gym for this facility. And I agree that we should have some flexibility with regard to the wall. I had an occasion to work on a project before I was elected, and we were able to allow trees to remain by using pins on the wall, but there needs to be some flexibility because we don't want to lose the canopy. It helps not only keep our areas cool, but it helps deaden some of the noise as well. So I'm also going to ask for some flexibility with you all. I remember looking at this package about a month ago, and there was an arborist report in there. And I'd like to walk the area with you, and we can determine if we're going to be able to save any more canopy and relocate it, within a movable distance, so that we can maintain a tree canopy in there. But by no means is that a reason to stop progress on this, and I look forward to meeting with you. So I'm a yes on this.
Commissioner?
I agree with the Vice Mayor, long overdue. I think the school centennial is coming up soon, just like the cities. And it's, you have an opportunity to expand the experience for students, for families in our own community. So I think adding the multi-purpose facility, I think it's much needed, and I think it's something that's going to benefit the entire community for many, many years. Going through the ordinance and Exhibit B that has some of the conditions that were added, I think, along the way, I have a couple questions on those conditions, and I think not only questions, perhaps to have staff come back between first and second readings, saying this goes forward. And I'll just highlight them a little bit. One, obviously, is the wall. And again, none of us want to see banyan trees that have been there longer than any of us harmed in any way. My suggestion is to see if, instead of a traditional wall, if there's some other kind of material that can be used that won't intrude or won't impact the surrounding vegetation as much. I mean, I think everybody thinks wall, your typical classic wall, but maybe today there's other materials that are available that will get us exactly where we want, but won't have that negative impact. The other is, at the Coral Gables Youth Center, we have rules in place in terms of who can use the athletic fields at the youth center on Sundays. Basically, the rule is no organized play. So if you go out there and you have 12 cones and you have flags for flag football, that's organized. I want the staff and everyone to work on the wording on it, because quite honestly, I'm thinking the church has something, the classrooms have something on Sunday, let's say a breakfast, and the kids go to the playground like kids may do informally, or they may have a Frisbee and they go on the field, 6 kids. I don't want somebody calling it, reporting it, that they violated the conditions, because the conditions were so stringently written that common sense doesn't kick in. The other issue has to do with, again, it's wording. Athletic fields limited to St. Teresa Catholic School. Well, if you go to any school, especially that has junior high, if they're doing volleyball, they don't do volleyball, let's say, intramural necessarily. They have another school come by. So I'm sure St. Teresa, like a lot of schools, welcome other schools for soccer or a baseball game. But the way it's written, somebody might say, well, why is Epiphany here? Or why is this here? And I don't want to tie the hands of the school, but I also don't want it to come back later to then reword it because we didn't catch it on the front end. And then finally, the only other thing I have to say, and again, between first and second reading, I would appreciate we can work on the wording. The other thing is, I think that the point was that by moving, I guess, volleyball, they said, and basketball indoors, that should eliminate probably 30 to 40% of outdoor activities. So if there's ever any concern about this project impacting or increasing outdoor activities, it actually reduces it probably by 30, 40%. So I think it's a perfect opportunity not only to approve this project, but to address issues that we can address now so they don't come back to us later.
I agree with the banyan tree. That banyan tree is what provides the shade for the children who play in the playground, or 2 banyan trees that are there. And if you compromise the root structure on the outside, that's a liability for that tree to potentially fall. And I think that would be a safety concern that I would have. So I would like to see staff work with them on finding a solution. I have to commend Father Manny, Sister Rosalie, and the team on the design. I followed this process through BOA, and from the original design to what we have today, we've gone from a building that looked like it fit anywhere else to a building that blends in with the 1920 structures that are on the campus today. And I think once it's built, you probably won't be able to tell what the new buildings are and what the old buildings are because of the way that it's been designed. So I have to commend you on that. It is something that's long overdue. Having stood in those basketball fields at noon, or those tennis courts at noon, I can tell you it is impossible and unbearable. It's a hydration risk for the children. And like Commissioner Menendez was saying, the noise that the neighbors may be hearing now will be mitigated exponentially by moving those sports that are louder sports indoors and just keeping the soccer on that side of the field. And I think the design where you're blending in the soccer and the baseball fields where they can both exist, and the use of the space is going to be very beneficial as well. So I look forward to approving this.
I think this is an exceptional proposal, and I'm very excited, and I can't wait for it to come to fruition. And I would be a yes vote for this, absolutely yes. After we're done with this vote, let me have a couple minutes because I want to give you guys something.
I'll move it.
Okay,
So
I'll
if you're,
second.
if you're done. Oh, oh, I'm sorry. I dropped you off.
No, go ahead. You moved it?
Yeah.
And he's
I'll
second.
second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to the next item.
If you could give me a couple minutes. So every elected official here gets a few Centennial Challenge coins, and they get to pick who thinks is deserving or who they think the best person or organization would be. You guys, Santa Teresa is one of mine, and I have one right here to present to you guys. As a cherished part of our community, Santa Teresa has played a vital role in shaping generations with faith, knowledge, and service. May this coin serve as a small token of appreciation for your contributions to our city beautiful, as a reminder of the rich history we celebrate together, Commissioner Castro. And if you want to come take a picture, I'd be honored.
Well, I can follow and
Take
hear
your
your
pic- take the
squeaks.
I'll take a picture of you guys.
He's a good photographer for him. Sure. Yeah, let's take a picture.
No, no.
Chief, let's go back to item A6 and A7. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning to yourself and to the ladies and gentlemen of the commission. We're here to present our firefighter of the month, and that is Battalion Chief Alex Garces. He took it upon himself to redo our entire policy and procedures manual. He made sure that it was vetted to meet industry standards, and he made a very practical, well-informed, well-designed document that serves as the cornerstone for our folks to provide an effective and safe response. So for his dedication to our department and to enhancing it and professionalizing it, he is our firefighter of the month, Battalion Chief Alex Garces.
Morning,
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Clerk, Mr. Manager, and City Attorney, thank you for the opportunity. I first want to thank you for the recognition for Chief De La Rosa for recognizing this and giving me the opportunity to work on this amazing project. I feel it was very important. In my 32 years in this career, I've dedicated my life to training, education, and sharing what I've learned with my colleagues and especially the people behind me. With that said, I look at this career in phases. Phase one, you get on, you're very eager. You come in very educated and highly trained, but you don't know a lot, and you're eager to learn. Phase two, you educate yourself, you train hard, and you gain a little bit of wisdom. And phase three, you educate yourself, you train hard, and you earn a little bit of wisdom. And with that said, I'm towards the last 2 years of my career, and I look for every opportunity to share what I've learned in those 32 years with my colleagues, and especially the young people that have recently gotten hired. And this project was a great opportunity to do that. And I thank the chief and Chief Hernandez for working alongside with me to brainstorm and help making this policy really tight and a great product to the guys. And I think it's going to be a long-lasting product that we provided for them. So with that, thank you very much. Oh, and I want to thank my wife, Linda, for her constant support and her patience with the many hours that I spent away from home and studying all this project. So she is the most important person. So thank you, sweetheart.
Thank you.
Chief?
He owes me. So now I introduced our Firefighter of the Year. The fire department, as you know, has a lot of symbolism. So the color of our helmet, the bugles on our badges, and those are all symbols of positions that you hold in the fire department. But that doesn't necessarily always recognize leadership. And if we were to define leadership and dedication to an organization, driver engineer John Jensen is emblematic of that. His dedication to our department, to the development of our less tenured firefighters, to the design and making sure that every item is perfect on every truck. He doesn't come in and do a good job when he's being watched. He does a good job at all times. He sets an example, and he sets a very high standard for himself and for those that are part of his crew. So for his leadership and dedication of the department, going back for many years, he is our Firefighter of the Year for 2024. Congratulations, John.
Congratulations.
I just want to say ditto to everything he said. No. Thank you guys, the commission, mayor, chief, my dad for my work ethic. He was a firefighter for 30 years for the city of Miami. I just try to do my best. And I'm here for 24 hours, and I give it my all, that whole 24 hours. And I get calls at home, too. But thank you very much again. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move to item H1.
Before we move on, I want to go ahead and I want to thank the Lee Foundation once again, because this is I was going to say the officer, the firefighter of the year, and his compensation is going to be $5,000.
H1, Mayor.
All right, good
H1.
afternoon,
Time
everyone.
H1 is a resolution of the City Commission to approve the City of Coral Gables Economic Development Strategic Plan.
Good
Good
morning, Belkis.
afternoon,
How are you? Good to see you.
everyone. Likewise, I'm Belkis Perez. I'm with the Economic Development Department. The Economic Development Department is involved in many aspects of creating a vital city. It means attracting businesses, cultivating relationships with brokers who sell the city for us, and also international partners, creating opportunities that attract people to the downtown, promoting quality of life, helping with permitting, and ensuring that businesses upkeep their storefronts. That's just a few of the things that we do. So as you can imagine, that we get pulled in many directions, but especially after COVID, it was really important for us to identify the economic growth opportunities in Coral Gables and to put a plan in place to keep us on the course. And that is very important because we are now in competition with other cities around us. And so it's really important that we stay the course and we do our very best to put our best foot forward. So as a result, we went through an RFP process to hire a consultant to assist in developing an economic strategic plan. The purpose and intent of the department's strategic plan is to guide Coral Gables' efforts in shaping the city's future economic growth through the adoption of realistic, cost-effective, sustainable, and resilient economic development plans and policies. So Dr. Ned Murray, Associate Director of the Jorge M. Perez Metropolitan Center at Florida International University, took on this project, and he joins us today to give us a summary of the competitive assessment, which was phase one of the process was a competitive assessment. It has been updated with new data, and phase two, which is identifying the strategic recommendations that are part of the economic development plan. And I do want to say that the plan was put together with the input of the community, and that could mean residents, non-residents, businesses, brokers, stakeholders, other organizations. Everyone had a hand in this project. And I'll turn it over now to Dr. Murray.
Doctor, good morning. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners, City Manager, City Clerk, City Attorney, citizens of Coral Gables. I certainly want to thank Belkis and her staff and city staff in general, the planning staff, the smart city staff, all who were engaged in this process from the beginning. As Belkis mentioned, the process began some time ago, and it's actually interesting that it played out this way because we were able to get in on the ground at the very beginning of the post-COVID economic recovery. So we were able to monitor throughout this process a lot of the economic data and obviously population data that was so affected by COVID. And of course, the city itself was experiencing double-digit unemployment after that economic shock, and much like Miami-Dade had needed some time to be able to recover. So we had the baseline data, which came out about a year after COVID, and as Belkis mentioned, we've been able to continue monitoring that. In fact, we have data releases that just came out recently, so we're focused on those as well. Not only population data, but economic data that comes out of the state every month, as you know. So, it's been a continuous update. So with that, Belkis outlined the process pretty much, and the stated purpose, of course, which from the outset that the city had established was to really provide this guide for economic growth, but doing it in a way that would be sustainable, resilient, and obviously effective. Really important words, and hopefully what the plan does, the Economic Development Strategic Plan, is put those words into action. because in my experience, having done economic development, both at the municipal level in terms of being in government myself, I was a former city planning and development director for many years, and obviously a professor and associate director of the Perez Metropolitan Center at FIU. We've been engaged in a number of municipalities and other local governments, county governments throughout South Florida and the state, doing similar types of projects, similar types of studies. But I can tell you this, that nowhere have we worked, and we've worked in many, many municipalities, more of the pieces already fall in place than in Coral Gables. It made our job easy in some ways, but at the same time, we needed to work with your community stakeholders, as Belkis mentioned, your economic development board. We got to meet your city manager at the last economic development board, to take in these comments, have these discussions about how the city has grown, or in some ways not grown, for a while now. And what does that all mean, going back to that stated purpose? So as Belkis mentioned, and I can't stress it enough, the competitive assessment is really the analytical foundation for the plan. And I know it's a heavy document, there's a lot of data in it, and I'm sure some of you have already read it or gone through it, but that is really what provides the hard data, the hard facts in terms of where the city is right now, how we compare with benchmark cities that were selected early on in the process by the city, and how we're going to measure that going forward, including the performance metrics that need to be built into the plan itself, which I'll get to. So that's that. But then the plan itself, which I'm going to focus on this morning, is really to provide a plan that's dynamic. When I was in government years ago as a planning development director, and I was speaking to mayors and city managers that I worked with, the question always came up was implementation. So many plans are done, and they collect dust on the shelf. That was always a big criticism of planning in the past, whether it be economic development plans, transportation plans, you name it. So we've learned that, and every plan we have done, I think, at the FIU Metropolitan Center, pretty much have been implemented. And we think this one will be too, because you have so much already in place, as I said, but you also have the professional capacity to do that, and I think the leadership to do it along with your economic development board. So you have a lot of those pieces already. Many cities we go into, we have to start putting pieces together from scratch, and that makes it a lot more difficult. I mentioned the competitive assessment, and I'm just going to highlight some of these points. Obviously, there's a lot there. I'm sure you'll take your time and read it, because I want to get right into the strategies themselves this morning. But certainly, we're just down the road, so if you ever like me to come back to talk about this in length or more depth, I would come anytime. When we do a competitive assessment, we certainly want to focus in on the opportunities, the strengths, the assets of a city. And the ones that stand out, and I don't have to tell you, number one, image and brand, second to none in South Florida, in fact, Florida in general. High population rate in terms of education, educational attainment in general, home to 150 multinationals. Your smart city initiatives, one of the best in the country right now. And the fact that, which came out of our research, when we do these studies, what we want to focus in on are certain sectors. In the advanced industry sector, which is the major growth industries within the country, we want to see how you line up with those. We know that here in the county, how much are here in Coral Gables. So that is usually a real fundamental research question that we have when we do the competitive assessment, along with other targeted industries that the Beacon Council has administered over the years. Now, on the other side, on the flip side, no great city can stand on its laurels. The economy's changed. We found that out 3 years ago. We found that out during the Great Recession 13 years ago, well, actually 15 years ago now. So we are part of a larger economy. So Coral Gables can do everything right and still be affected. We've seen that because of national recessions or economic shocks, or how well the county is doing as a whole. And Miami-Dade County has some issues. They also have a lot of strengths. So right now, what you're dealing with is a stagnant population growth. And of course, we compare you to the benchmark cities, which we'll get into in a second, to compare that, which is very important. A low, relatively low labor force participation rate, low growth in your young professional population. We have more details. Some more details have just come out on that in terms of your younger population, particularly that 25 to 34 age group, which are leaving South Florida in general, but Miami-Dade and here in Coral Gables even more so. We have issues in terms of inflow, outflow, we'll get into in a second. You're basically built out, so very little vacant land. You have aging, underdeveloped commercial corridors. I remember coming through years ago, 25 years ago, and just seeing the corridors, and they're not quite as shiny and beautiful as they once were. So something to think about there. And a lack of connectivity between the districts and the neighborhoods that came out of the transportation analysis that we did. And then, of course, your housing market. No surprise there. You have a really overly expensive housing market, and obviously that plays into it. Housing and economic development go hand in hand these days. And it's now a national issue. It's not Coral Gables' issue exclusively. It's not Miami-Dade's issue exclusively. It's a national issue. Okay, your benchmarks. I mentioned them. I'll just go through these real quickly. These are the cities or municipalities that the county, that the cities chose when we started the project. And you can see right away what Coral Gables just jumps out at you in terms of median household income, educational attainment, as I mentioned. But also on the flip side there, you can see in the labor force participation rate, which has steadily gone down, by the way, and your young professional growth rate, that 5.6%. If you look at it, as I said, in the 25 to 34 age group, that has actually declined and declined considerably over the last 5 years. So that's something we have to pay attention to. And there you can see that population growth. We were trying to get over that 50,000 threshold from the beginning. Well, it doesn't look like we're going to get there in the 2020 data from the 2023 census that was just released in December shows you dipping a little bit more. So all understood. We know the dynamics. We understand it. The competitive assessment tracks that, and we'll be able to monitor that going forward. Labor force participation rate, just a couple charts here just to show you where Coral Gables is in that regard relative to the benchmark cities. That, once again, change in private sector employment, not a lot of growth there as well during that 10-year period, and we have not seen much more in 2023, and in fact, right up until 2025. I just looked at some of the employment data, your labor force data, your employment data that just came out, and actually we're going in the wrong direction. Obviously, one of your real strengths are your resident workers. You're in those industries. I mean, your residents are just doing fine, those who live here. Healthcare and social assistance, education, professional, scientific, and technical services, and of course, accommodation and food services. So you have a diversified economy. The question is, do we have a critical mass in the advanced industry sector that we really want to focus on? And are there opportunities for growth within those sectors? I mentioned the inflow-outflow analysis. I know this really caught a lot of our community stakeholders and economic development board members in kind of a surprise mode to see that only 3,349 of our resident workers actually work here, live and work here, and almost 14,000 leave each day to take jobs in other locations. As I mentioned to the committee back then and to the board, and the staff's aware of this, this is pretty much what South Florida is all about. This is not just Coral Gables. Obviously, this is an issue that we as Miami-Dade County and all our municipalities have to deal with. But once again, there are opportunities here, and that's where we come in with our economic development strategies. Where your workers live and work, real quickly, you can see where our residents work. You see that 3,349 number once again here in Coral Gables, but more of our resident workers leave to go to Miami each day. Another big chunk go to Doral and Kendall. And then where they come from, those who come in and take the jobs here, mostly by far from the city of Miami. And we also have workers coming in from Kendall, Hialeah, and a number of other places. So this is not atypical, by the way, once again. It's a problem all of South Florida, and particularly Miami-Dade, has to deal with. The question is, what do we do about it? And is there anything we can do about it? And there you see, you're at the bottom when it comes to that inflow-outflow analysis. Okay, I mentioned the advanced industry sector. We spend a lot of time looking at your industries. And you can see here, as far as the advanced industry sector goes, once again, for those who aren't familiar with the advanced industry sector, this was 50 subsectors, essentially, that the Brookings Institute had identified after the Great Recession around 2015. These are the industries where you have the highest growth, best wages, R&D, trade. All of these are at the high end when it comes to the advanced industry sectors. These are your STEM jobs. These are your other tech jobs. So you can see Coral Gables pretty much is representative of the county, which is pretty obvious because, once again, we are always part of a larger economy. And these numbers aren't bad. You probably question, well, how do we compare to other parts of the country, the state? We're well beyond the state in terms of the percent of employment in the advanced industry sector. Coral Gables, you're doing relatively well, but not nearly as well as our neighbors up the street in Doral. So once again, what can we do about that? And we'll talk a little bit more about who exactly those industries are and where are they located and what are the occupations that we're talking about and the population we're talking about. The target industries, as I mentioned, these are the ones that the Beacon Council had established years ago. When I first got here in 1997, one community, one goal, remember that? Then they did an update in 2012. I'm not a really big fan of targeted industry studies. I've done this for a long, long time. Cluster-based strategy is actually my background in research because we target industries that a lot of times are not even legitimate relative to our location. I like the advanced industries better. We can point to them a lot more. We can communicate with them a lot better. But there is a crossover between target industries and advanced industries, as you can imagine, because obviously we want to target, that being the Beacon Council and other economic development organizations, you want to target these growth sectors, right? But they have to still make sense. And you can see here, when we just look at Coral Gables relative to these target industries that the county has identified, we're doing pretty darn good in certain ones. Certainly life sciences and healthcare. You can see some big numbers under creative design, international banking that I already mentioned, and of course you see at the bottom, hospitality and tourism. So we have a lot of employment in these targeted industry sectors. The question is, where do we go from here? Where do we want to grow? Because obviously we know that in certain sectors, there's greater opportunity, there's better paying jobs, there's more trade potential. So that's a really important aspect of what the plan is going to address. I want to just touch upon a couple retail slides because I know retail is really important to this city, and it should be. I mean, your brand is based a lot on not only history and architecture, which are just wonderful, but also this retail brand, people coming here from all over. And when we first did this, these numbers were actually coming out within 2 years after COVID hit. And we already had, and it was a concern by many of our community stakeholders, that the vacancy rates in a lot of our retail establishments was fairly high at that time. And it was, but it was like that everywhere. But look at those numbers, though. I mean, just the fact that destination shopping, 78% of your customers are coming in from the outside. So you already had that in place. The competitive advantages of that, the resurgence of your retail. Retail came back so quickly here in Coral Gables, unlike a lot of other places. And it also ties into very neatly a real important part of our plan, and that's placemaking. You'll hear a lot about that term placemaking from us, the term enhancement. What Coral Gables needs to do is not so much redevelop. We won't even use that term here in Coral Gables. We don't have to. But we can enhance. We can enhance the economy. We can enhance our district. We can do a lot of enhancement. And that's really what a lot of this is about. And I'll show you these numbers. You can see the numbers going back. You can see the COVID numbers, the vacancy rate. By the way, the yellow line, just you can't see the writing, is Miami, the city of Miami. So we're kind of benchmarking against the city of Miami with Coral Gables. But look at the vacancy rate. It wasn't that high, but it was fairly high relative to, prior to COVID. But look where it is now and look where it's projected to go. We have zero vacancy in retail basically right now. Now, some of the problem with that is that brings up prices. So obviously your retail lease rates, your acquisition prices are much higher, but so are they in Miami. So are they in Doral. So are they probably as whatever they do in South Miami down the road. So once again, what makes us more competitive though? What do we need to do to enhance that dynamic, right? These are the questions that we need to ask. Okay, I won't spend a lot of time on these. I've kind of encapsulated them already by talking about, for instance, strategy number 1, economic diversification, is to really focus in on those sectors where we see real opportunities for growth. Other sectors will grow irrespective of what we do, particularly in areas like tourism and hospitality and healthcare, which are basically part of the economic base of all of South Florida anyway. But as far as some of these advanced industries, we're going to have to do a little work there, and we'll get into that in a minute. The placemaking part, once again, we're talking enhancing what's already in place, and we certainly have laid out a lot of placemaking strategies that the city can undertake. You've been doing this all along. I mean, this is when you talk about placemaking, you think of Coral Gables, you're sort of the poster child for that. Focus on competitions through innovation. Innovation is the key word today. And it's so wise that you created an innovation district in your southeast corner. That district is going to be a key part of the plan because that has the types of properties that we can develop into space for some of the advanced sectors that we're talking about here. So real opportunity in that location and the fact that it's already in place. Okay. And then the fourth strategy is the actual enhancement area. So let me get into these really quickly because I know we're a little bit pressed for time here. We're going to start from the top. We go right down Ponce de Leon Boulevard. That's your spine, essentially. That's your economic development spine. From the top, which I just drove into this morning from Flagler, all the way down. And I have to commend the city and staff over the years for creating mixed-use districts of various intensity that have kind of put it all in place. The idea of the mixed-use districts, as you all know, was to create more pedestrian-friendly, live-work kind of situations, less traffic, less cars. So you had that vision, and you put it, and you adopted that in terms of your land use and zoning. So it's already in place. I'm not here today as a part of your plan recommending zoning changes. You have them. The question is, how do we focus in on these areas? So let me just go through these really quickly. So that's to the north, where you have your northern gateway, by the way, as you all know. Not as clear as a gateway that you'd want to see, but it is a gateway from the north. And then we've got the areas just south of downtown along Ponce de Leon once again. An area with, you can see those darker colors. These are all mixed-use districts of various intensity. And we see a lot of areas along the stretch where the properties are certainly underdeveloped. And a lot of these properties are aging. We go further down, I mentioned the Design and Innovation District. There it is. That's been laid out for us now for a number of years. Real opportunities there. Once again, if we target certain sectors and we create the kinds of partnerships that we're going to talk about in the plan, we do talk about in the plan. And then the last one, which was brought to our attention towards the tail end of the plan, was this whole South Gateway from on US 1. And the fact is, once again, when you get south of US 1, going in southwest towards South Miami at the corporate border right there, you can see more mixed use. So there's opportunities here for other types of commercial retail and certainly other types of industries that could locate along this very important corridor. Okay, last point. The management and implementation. It doesn't happen unless we have the economic development management capacity in place and the support for that. Fortunately, you do have a department. A lot of cities don't that do economic development plans. You also have an economic development board. So what we're talking about here and what we have been doing in other locations is we're using this term that's been almost overused, public-private partnerships. We're talking about new forms of public-private partnerships. And we talk about that a little bit more specifically in the plan. But those are going to have to be formed because now we know who we need to partner with, right? These advanced industries, the institutions, that all are part of that. We know we can really, we just don't need to have different business and community leaders on these partnerships. We know exactly who to target, who needs to be on these partnerships along with the city. The stakeholder communications, once again, you've got the department and the board to serve as liaison. They need to be empowered to do that. They need to have that clear single access point and flow of information. And then lastly, a marketing, multi-pronged marketing plan, which builds into, once again, everything we're trying to do. The plan should be seen as a dynamic and a marketing tool. And that's why we've kept it fairly straightforward. This isn't a lot, the plan itself isn't very long. It gets right to the strategies and what we need to do. So the economic development staff, the economic development board, the city commission can all use this plan and say, here's what we're trying to do, okay? And then lastly, as I mentioned, you have to have performance metrics. A lot of economic development tries to get done without them. A lot of this can get done. You can put a dashboard together. A lot of this information can be, you see a lot of it's annual, but a lot of employment data, as you all know, is available on a month-to-month basis. So with that, that's it in a nutshell. Obviously, there's a lot to read. And once again, I'd be really glad to come back and talk about any of the details of both the competitive assessment and the strategic plan at your leisure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Belkis, will you do me a favor? Will you make sure that we can put this information up on the website so that people can see the efforts that this city is taking to ensure that our downtown is as viable as possible and continues to thrive? I think it's an important study that should be shared with the community and ask for their input, see if they have any guidance. But this should be prominently displayed in the front page as a new tool used in an effort to chart the next 10-year course of our downtown. So these are steps that we're taking to make sure that we continue to evolve in a positive way, and I want to get community input in regards to this if possible. I'm going to actually bring this over my town hall next month, so I want to also learn as much as possible in regards to all the ins and outs of the report. Anything else in the commission?
I have a question or comment, if I may. I have a couple questions. One is, well, first observation, based on talking to residents, housing market is clearly an impediment to young professionals moving to Coral Gables. One of the biggest concerns among residents is that their kids that grew up in Coral Gables may not be able to live in Coral Gables because they're priced out. But obviously that's something that's impacting the entire country, but especially Coral Gables. You mentioned the focus was that age range, the 20-something hasn't gone up so much. You may not have the data now. Do we know what age range has had the greatest increase?
Yeah, so we can tell you that you're right. They have been priced out of the market as they have in other areas. The median age right now for the city of Coral Gables is 38 to 40 years old. That's the median age.
Okay.
And so, having said that, and I'm sure Dr. Murray will mention this, is that there are opportunities for maybe not in the city, but right outside on our boundaries to be and still engage with the city and still reside in the city. We've got some developments that are happening just outside of the city, which could present opportunities to have our employees and to have other residents who are looking to maybe save a little and then come into the city.
And I only have two more questions. One is, the first one is, what are the South Florida markets or cities that are our biggest competitors? Because, people talk about downtown Doral, and obviously South Miami, as we mentioned, you have the Grove, and I guess everybody's battling to draw those people to their downtown to eat at the restaurants and shop. Is there an understanding of who we're most aligned with, that perhaps we're sharing, the same pool of people that can come in? Is it?
If you want to say, and then I can say something.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Doral, certainly. Coral Gables and Doral are bosom buddies, so to speak, in that regard. Other cities, not so much here in Miami-Dade. The area I would watch out for, though, and we've done a lot of work out there working with West Kendall Baptist Hospital. That area is where most of our professionals live in Miami-Dade County. And there's a football stadium of professional workers who leave West Kendall each morning and head east.
Yeah.
And that same group goes back.
And they cut through Coral Gables.
Yeah, a lot of them come here. So if the West Kendall economy really takes off and they begin to develop the industries that we're talking about here, that would be competition for us.
And my last question is, over the years, our downtown has evolved. Back in the day when I was a kid, like everybody jokes, there's a lot of dress shops, bridal shops. Then early 90s, or in the 90s, we all of a sudden had Houston's back then, now Hillstones, Barnes & Noble, and there's been an evolution of downtown. Do we have a particular identity when people say downtown Coral Gables? Is it the nightlife? Is it the restaurants? Is it the shop? Have we coalesced in one, I guess, marketing theme, a brand, like you said?
So we don't have a particular one brand, but it just depends. I would say that on Miracle Mile, it is our restaurant area. We've attracted a lot of restaurant, thanks to our retail strategy, chef-driven restaurants to Coral Gables recently. And so we know that that is the right demographics that we want to go over, because chef-driven restaurants are a good quality of income, people who are wanting to spend more money in our downtown and stay here after hours. We don't have a nightlife. That's not what our community, I don't think, is about. Right. And what we've seen is, though, they want to stay after hours, after they eat, to do shopping. And so now that we have a restaurant here, our next goal is to bring more retail and then have that retail stay open after hours. That's very important for us, and we have data and we have ped counts that can help our retailers to stay open late. The challenge is that many of them are small businesses. They have their own families to tend to at night, and so it's a challenge. But we have been successful with at least one business where we're showing them the data and telling them, look at all the people that are walking in front of your sidewalks after you close. Perhaps you should stay open. And maybe it's just a pilot program where they're adjusting their hours. Yeah. But it is important for them to stay open after hours if we want to be competitive with other neighboring cities. And it's not to say that we're in a competition, we are, but it's not necessarily, it's just that we want to make sure that, and we work with other cities, but I feel that it's important that we also, attract people and keep our residents here in Coral Gables.
Thank you.
So just, Mayor, if it's permissible, I just wanted to add, because I've dealt with this with my children who now are in their mid-30s, and they go through that process of determining where they want to live, because where you live, work, and play, the idea is to spend less time driving. And yes, I agree, West Kendall, if they start providing the jobs closer to there, where people don't have to do as much commuting, that's going to blossom that area. And the silver lining to that, though, is we have less traffic cutting through us. So there's good and bad to everything. As long as we can provide the jobs for our local community here and encourage businesses to come here that cater to our residents, I think we're more likely to reduce the traffic and keep our residents thinking that this is the best place to live.
Thank you very much again. Great work. Belkis, if you could please, let's put this up so everybody can enjoy it and get a better understanding of what the plan is and what we're doing. Do we need any motion or?
Yes, it's a
to accept
resolution
it?
approving the
Okay.
plan.
Can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
We will. We'll have one now. Public comment, sir?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Jackson Ripoms?
So the minute he mentioned retail, my ears pick up, right? And I wish that I got to connect better with the Economic Development Department. I'm going to come out and see you at FIU. So I would just add, I haven't had the chance yet to. It's to expand the retail and grow it by bringing department stores, or at least a department store. And so I really appreciate, I'm going to see if I can make an appointment with you. I would add one last thing. We need to plan a city that is safe to raise children in from the age of birth to the age of 18 when they become adults and can live on their own. And we're not doing that. We're having too much development. There's a long story there, but I think that has to be an overriding guideline. Smart growth, not growth that makes Coral Gables what it is today. Too much development, no longer a safe place to raise children from the age of birth to the age of 18. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item 2-1. Madam Vice Mayor. Yeah, the resolution
is
for the
the
Waterway
board's-
Advisory.
it's
Do we
the
have somebody
board's
from the board that'd
resolution.
like to stand up? How are you, sir? Thank you for joining us.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager, my name is Doug Yoder. I reside at 4800 Alhambra Circle, and I chair your Waterways Advisory Board. We were here a while back to talk about the underlying bridge, which is planned where it crosses the Coral Gables Waterway. And we subsequent to our last meeting, at your direction, we met with the county public works staff on February 5th and had a productive workshop. I want to publicly express my appreciation to the staff, which is here, for their assistance with that. We had a number of residents, concerned residents in attendance. And out of that meeting came two recommended resolutions that I believe you have before you today. Now, let me say, based on my 50 years of public service, that anytime you undertake a project, even if you follow all of the rules of notice to the letter, inevitably, at the end of the process, someone or some group will emerge with a concern that makes them sort of late to the party. And our board was admittedly late to the party because we didn't see the notice until the Coast Guard issued their public notice of hearing, which is very close to the end, not very close to the beginning, where any advice and recommendations that we have would have been most useful. So just, that's a caveat. Our two resolutions are as follows. One is to request the Coast Guard to extend or reopen that public comment period for 30 days so that both the city's comments, whatever they might be, as well as residents who also apparently didn't know about the details of this proposal, could have their recommendations on the record. And second, if you recall some of the details of the proposal, there is a viewing area that is designed into the bridge crossing the waterway. And one of our concerns as an advisory board regarding the waterway is that fishing from bridges is not a good practice and is basically prohibited throughout Coral Gables. And the viewing area, in the view of our board, simply invites further violation of that premise. And so we have recommended, for your consideration, eliminating the viewing area, which would primarily look over US 1, in an effort to limit the temptation of people to go and fish off that bridge. There are some other issues regarding the combination of bicycle traffic with pedestrian traffic, which I know the staff has looked at, the public works staff. That's not our area of expertise, so there may be other solutions that could be done in that regard, but I'm not going to opine on those. So those are the two recommendations that we have. We are planning a follow-up session with the county staff to review in more detail the actual survey data that was used to determine the separation, the vertical separation between the bottom of the pedestrian bridge and the elevation of the waterway, both at high tide and low tide. Because that is a major concern, that the bridge be as high as it can be within the constraints that Metro Rail has and what requirements there are for public access and so on, so that we don't find ourselves down the line with that bridge as a constraint on traffic in the waterway. So I'm going to stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Yoder. As always, thank you for your guidance.
I want to thank you for being here and for serving. I want to let you know that I take all your concerns of the board very, very seriously. However, I won't be able to take action on these items today. I've had an infinite amount of residents contact me. In fact, I brought in all the emails. I got 30 emails besides calls and people approaching me in physical, supporting what's already being proposed. And I got three emails supporting the resolutions. And I, after a lot of thought, I won't be able to support those two resolutions. Now, I also want to acknowledge that Senator Calatayud also reached out in support of what was being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk,
Mr. Mayor.
can we cover some public comment now? I imagine there's some.
Yes, sir.
Can we cover public comment?
First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Once again, we do have a Waterway Advisory Board, and they are here to advise. And I think I don't believe there's any harm with adding a little more time and making it and doing it the right way. So I do support them.
Manny Portuondo.
Good morning, sir. Good afternoon. Excuse me.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Manny Portuondo, and I live at 820 Geronimo Drive, and I'm mad as hell. I'm mad as hell. And I'm mad as hell to do something about it. And as a result of that, I met with my neighbors and decided to write a petition that's titled No More Low Bridges on the Coral Gables Waterway. Doesn't say no bridges, it says low bridges. And I'm mad as hell because supposedly waterway users were advised of this bridge. The reality of the matter is that we were not. A waterway public notice was sent in September of 2023, makes no notice of a bridge. And they only sent that notice to about a quarter mile of the underline. So basically, the vast majority of homeowners, taxpayers, voters, had no idea that there was a bridge coming over the waterway. And so, actually, I asked my son last week, what can we do about this? He said, Dad, you know, at school, when we've had these situations, there's an app called change.org. I said, well, tell me about that app. He said, yeah, you write your petition and you let it rip. And I said, well, that's great, son, but I don't think that's enough. So this Saturday, my family and I took it upon ourselves to walk for 5.5 hours, and we hit every single home north of the US 1 bridge. As many of you have probably experienced as politicians, I'm not a politician, not everyone's home. But I'd say a good 60% of folks were home that Saturday. And I got to meet, I wish I would have done it sooner actually, because I got to meet really a bunch of great people that were my neighbors that I didn't really know. But I had a chance to speak to every single one of those neighbors that I met. And what I learned was no one had any idea of a bridge over the waterway. And furthermore, no one was really opposed to the idea that there's a bridge over the waterway. What folks are opposed to is setting a standard for a low bridge over the waterway. And what residents, property owners, taxpayers, and voters don't want is for another low bridge to set a precedent and, in essence, discriminate against those homeowners that are north of US 1 and doom us for the next 80 years of having a safe and navigable waterway. So I want to introduce that petition here today for the record.
Thank you, sir.
As well as my emails.
You're one of the 3 emails I received. It's right here. Thank you.
Great. Maybe you should go talk to 300 people that signed the petition that didn't have time to be here for 4 hours since 9 o'clock to voice their concerns because they work. They have a life. They signed the petition. And they're property owners, taxpayers, and voters of Coral Gables. So because they didn't have the time to write you a personal email, doesn't mean it isn't important. They signed the petition. And so, you know, we're not here to stop the underlying bridge. We're here to say, hey guys, pause. You may have done a good job, I would question that, at communicating to voters on top of the bridge, but you forgot the folks underneath the bridge. The folks underneath the bridge, the people that use the waterway, that traverse the waterway, that paddleboard on the waterway, that kayak on the waterway. You didn't communicate with those guys. Furthermore, you didn't communicate with the Waterway Advisory Board, folks that you appoint. How is that possible? How is that possible? This issue is of extreme importance to us voters, property owners. And we want to work in a constructive manner. So the past, no pun intended, well, actually pun intended, that's water under the bridge. The future is what we're here to talk about. How do we fix this problem? We fix this problem by having time to work with the underline, conduct a peer review of what they are proposing. I'm not an engineer. I'm not expected to know what the bridge is supposed to look like or the height of the bridge, but I do know enough to hire the experts to look at what they've designed, conduct a peer review, and come back with recommendations. So my petition and the petition that 314 neighbors have signed is requesting an extension of time to do that proper peer review and come back with recommendations as to what is the appropriate level of a bridge in Coral Gables that will peg the future standard of bridges in Coral Gables. It's not a big ask, and one that's extremely important, and I ask for your consideration. Thank you.
Roberta Newway.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Newway, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Roberta Newway, 1236 South Alhambra Circle, 33146. Please do not delay the underline. This project was extremely well publicized. I've known about it for about 10 years. I went to the first meeting in June 2015. We've all had ample notice and ample opportunity to give input. I understand worry about rising sea level and climate change. The underline is going to help our climate. And the proposed bridge is higher than what we have now. So I don't understand where the complaints are coming from. As for fishing, I don't know why people want to take away space for people to enjoy looking at the waterway. Years and years ago, at the old University Inn property off US 1, people used to fish all the time. There was a no fishing sign, but people were always fishing. That stopped at some point. And I suppose it was because that was being enforced, and that will be the case now. To me, this is like saying none of us should drive a car because somebody may run a stop sign. I'm confident that the underline will be one of the best things to happen to Coral Gables and to the rest of Miami-Dade County. Please do not delay our enjoyment of it, and the increased safety it will provide, because some have decided now it's not to their exact liking. Thank you for your time, and have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Newway.
Daniela Garcia.
Daniela Garcia, 1521 Bella Vista Avenue. Alrighty, so good afternoon. Today I stand before the Commission in support of the underline, specifically the bike and pedestrian bridge at the Coral Gables Waterway near Riviera Drive. This feature will enhance beauty, safety, and activity for residents of Miami-Dade County and surrounding municipalities. I'm urging the Commission to keep construction of the underline as scheduled and on budget, and to reject any proposals that would delay the construction of this fast-moving project that's on track to be finished by 2026. We know how construction delays can completely derail a project, and as community residents were already really eager for the underline to open in all its phases, and we don't want to interrupt that. So during phase 3 planning, there were 8 public meetings held, and during this civic engagement, the community collectively decided that safety of Coral Gables pedestrians and cyclists was paramount. Commissioners, please honor those residents and communities' requests. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Clerk?
Peter Baumberger.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager. My name is Peter Baumberger. I live at 545 Villabella Avenue. There's nobody in here who has a problem with the bridge. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is making sure we get this right. It's too important. We're not talking about a sidewalk. We're talking about a permanent structure over a crown jewel of our city. A permanent structure that will be there 80 to 100 years. Notice, we've all known about the underline. There's been lots of talk about the underline. The fact that the public has been aware of the underline is not in question. What the public hasn't had notice about is the bridge and its dimensions. I live 0.4 miles north of US 1, along with, and I was surprised to see this, 140 other homeowners who are on the water on the other side. There are numerous people who paddleboard. That is one of the most pristine areas to kayak, to paddle aboard. Nobody knew about this bridge until a Coast Guard notice was filed. This is important. On December 25th, Christmas. And it ran from December 25th till January 2nd. And it was a tiny little thing that said, this bridge is going to be as high as US 1. It was wrong. That was caught by a member of the Waterfront Advisory Board who knew nothing about this. How is that possible? So I think we have to start with the notice wasn't right about the bridge, not about the underline, but about the bridge and its dimensions. That's the issue. So all the neighbors who are on my side, along with lots of other people who use the waterway, they just want to make sure we're getting this right. They want to make sure that this bridge is built as high as possible. They don't want to get rushed into something that's going to be there permanently for a really, really long time. So what's the problem with waiting? That's just curious to me. On top of canal access, on top of, utilizing the amazing waterway that we have, the increased access for paddleboarding is going to go up significantly. There's a Blue Road project. There's a launch area that's already existing, and it's going to be made more improved. More and more people are going to be using the waterway. Let's get this right. We got storm surge issues, sea level rise. Let's just make sure that we get it right. And it's designed as high as it can possibly go. So I'm in favor of the pause. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Juan Galan Jr.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Not good morning anymore, huh? First of all, I'd like to commend our chairman, who I guess is not here anymore, for the great job that he's doing.
Right there.
There you are, good. I didn't see you. And also, I'd like to commend Lorena Garrido, who has been assigned by Hermé Diaz to work as our staff liaison, and she's really been doing a good job for her. And I know that too often we forget that the people that do all the work behind the scenes are the ones that need to be commended. And she's here, so I'm happy to commend her and Hermé for assigning her to us. All of you know, because I sent you an email with a solution. As I'm the one that reads the Coast Guard documents because I'm a former Coast Guard officer. I know quite a bit about safety. I spent 2 years developing the search and rescue system for U.S. Coast Guard. I looked at all the accidents in the United States for 2 years, so I know quite a bit about safety. The current design is not safe. It's not safe for a number of reasons. First of all, if it were to be approved with a viewing area, it would create more of a tunnel effect. Most of you would know what that is, but I've traveled the United States all the way up to Canada and back on my boat many times. There are a couple of bridges that are essentially tunnels. You don't want to be under them. It's kind of scary to be in a boat under a tunnel, which is what the current design would be with a viewing area. The viewing area needs to go because the city spent a lot of money putting up signs to say no fishing from bridges. And even so, one of our board members has actually been caught by a hook from a fisherman coming out the Mahi Canal. And it's ridiculous, really, that the original plans that they showed actually showed a picture of a fishing rod as part of what the plans were. Okay, so that's silly. That should have never been included. Now, why did we join the pedestrians with the cyclists? Well, because they were going to have a viewing area. The viewing area, if it doesn't exist, should not have in any way cyclists and pedestrians together. If you've traveled at all to Europe, you will note that the cyclists go along with the road. They do not go along with the pedestrians. It would be great liability for the city to allow any particular pathway to include cyclists and pedestrians in the same pathway. The underline brings all the pedestrian traffic north of the tri-rail and all the cycling traffic south of the tri-rail, separate roadways. When they come to Ponce de Leon, they decided, obviously because the viewing area was going to be designed, to bring the pedestrians through to the cyclists, bring them together so they have a pedestrian area, cyclists and pedestrians. Please do not allow any bridge that allows cyclists and pedestrians to go together. And if you do, make sure you get indemnity from the underline, because you're going to get sued, and you know that, okay? So I provided a solution. It's a very simple solution. The pedestrians go on Ponce de Leon Road. We reduce the speed by putting in speed bumps, and if you want to reduce the speed limit, okay, you build the bridge. That is what George Merrick, if he were here, would tell you. He built 3 bridges, Hardy Road, Mainada, Granada. All of them are 14-foot clearance. All of them, 80 years later, function perfectly. So I would say, George Merrick is not here, but if he were here, he would tell you, why are you limiting the waterway? Why are you reducing the height to less than 14? That was done in 1940 when people that were sitting in the old city hall, maybe didn't know any better, couldn't do anymore. But there's no reason for us to accept today that that waterway should be limited to 7 feet of height. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Alfredo Izaguirre.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome back.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for your time. I emailed you all on, I think it was a Sunday, and I appreciate the responses that I got from some of you. I'm here, I normally don't speak, I'm normally not involved in politics. I purchased 704 Geronimo in March of 2024, less than a year. And now here we are. In real estate, the term is bridges to bay. That is the key thing when you purchase a home on a waterway, bridges to bay. If this bridge is constructed, and I'd be crazy to believe that me and a couple of residents are going to stop the underline and this bridge. What we ask is that it be as high as possible. The US 1 bridge was built, I think, in the 1940s. I'm not an engineer, I'm not an architect. I imagine that if it were to be built now, the bottom of that bridge would be higher. And I think the underline actually admitted to that at our meeting 2 weeks ago. I propose that the height of the US 1 bridge should not be the threshold and should not be what it be measured by in regards to how high this pedestrian bridge is going to be. I think it could be a lot higher than what was discussed 2 weeks ago at the Waterway meeting. I think they had issues about ADA compliance with the slopes. I think that the approach to this bridge could be built in a form of a Z with handrails, which would allow the bridge to be higher. I think if this bridge is at the US 1 bridge or anywhere near that, every resident north of that bridge will be prejudiced financially and recreationally. I ask, your loyalty is, again, not to the underline, but to the residents of Coral Gables. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Anthony Escarra.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Honorable Commission, and city staff. Thank you for taking the moment to listen to what I have to say. I am Anthony Escarra, 111 Northwest First. I am Commissioner Regalado's Chief of Staff. She apologizes for not being able to be here herself, but we have committees this week, so it's just not possible. We have been meeting with residents. We have been meeting with the underlying folks, our own staff, and we are taking into account all of the input, and our underlying designers are making changes. Exactly what those changes are, I don't want to make characterizations that may be wrong, so I don't have the exact details. But what we do want to do is have a webinar providing all this information to the community before your next meeting if you're inclined to defer this, or as soon as possible, even if you are inclined to deny these proposals. What has been noticed by the Coast Guard is not accurate. Everybody knows that that's not accurate. I believe all of you know that it is not accurate. The proposed bridge is going to be higher than what is currently there. Obviously, we're not going to make everyone happy, but there are many considerations, one of them obviously being county funds, which are your taxpayer funds. Delays cost money. They're not free. I think that's a very important thing, and we are all in a financial pinch. I think every community in this county knows that there are going to be conversations about budgets, and I think that's important to note. Other than that, I would like to meet with the commission and figure out the best time to have this community outreach and inform everybody of what's actually going to happen and the changes that are being proposed before you make any decisions that would delay this project, which is a very important project to Commissioner Regalado. If you have any questions or comments, I'm more than willing.
Well, first off, I'd like to thank you for being here and send our best to the commissioner. We've been in conversation over the past week with your office, and you've been available at every moment. So thank you. Thank you for always being available, not only to the commission, but also to our staff and to all the employees here in the city of Coral Gables. What I'd like to do is finish with public comment, then bring you back up along with the county, just to basically iron out what next steps we're going to take after the commission has a brief conversation.
Absolutely.
Is that okay?
Thank you very much.
And what I would say is I have been working with city staff and communication with the underline about scheduling a town hall meeting here at the city. So it may be an opportunity to work together, not double up efforts, because what I want to make sure is, as the residents have said, they feel they didn't have an opportunity to speak early on. I want to make sure that any concerns that residents have about the underline that can be addressed are addressed. And I want to make sure we have an opportunity for people to voice their concerns, explain what the issues are, and we should try to find resolutions where resolutions can be found. And I think working together, we get a lot further than just trying to, delay the process and maybe not find a resolution. I think there can be a path forward. And I think we can find a resolution. It's just about getting all our heads together and finding a resolution.
Commissioner Fernandez, I agree with you wholeheartedly. My only trepidation is having a town hall meeting on incorrect information, because everybody has.
That's exactly why. I think what
correct.
needs to happen is
That's the point of having a webinar.
We've heard a lot of things here that perhaps we hadn't heard before. And I think what we need to do is, we represent the residents. If our residents have not been able to voice their opinion throughout the process to the extent that they believe they needed to, we need to have a forum to allow them to do that. I don't know that it is physically possible to have the Coast Guard open up the process again. That's something that has to be worked out with the Coast Guard. But let's have a forum where we can voice those concerns, and maybe those changes, if they can be made internally.
That's what I was about to say, to continue with what I was commenting on, is the commissioner would prefer that any meeting first be purely informational to provide accurate information from all parties. Let people then come to a conclusion with that information, and then maybe we can have a subsequent meeting for commenting. Because what it's going to become, and that's what the commissioner wants to avoid, is, people being uninformed, poorly informed, or misinformed prior to them actually making an informed comment on what is being done.
So what I was trying to do before we got into it was, I wanted to hear everyone's opinion or interest in the matter. That's number one. Put it on the record. And I was going to lead into the conversation that I've been having with Mr. Escara and Mr. Regalado, and that they've been having with our team here in the city. Commissioner Regalado has been working incredibly hard on this issue. I've received phone calls every single day from her office and from members of her team to address this issue. One of the big issues that we're having here is that we have two sides having a conversation back and forth, but there's a lot of misinformation. So the point is, and I see Levy, because I've talked to Levy probably 15 times in the last 5 days about this, and one of the main points is the issue of misinformation. So what I think is the best thing to do is, number one, defer the item, okay? Get all parties together, but we need to have the county lay the groundwork in regards to what is the actual information. What is the information at hand, which is what we're talking about. And then we can have a sit-down conversation with everyone, and everyone can voice their opinions. But what I'd like to do is get everything on the record so that the county can have all these concerns on the record and already start working and addressing these issues. One of the things that I've spoken to a lot of the residents is, and one of the things we have not built consensus on, what is the appropriate height? What are people looking for? Mr. Meyer will tell you in the back. That's one of the conversations we had on the phone for almost an hour this weekend, back and forth. What is the appropriate height? So I think the most important thing is, like what Mr. Escarra said, let's work with the county. Let's get all the information. Let's see exactly where we stand, what's happening with the Coast Guard. What is the actual design? Clear up any misinformation that we may have on both sides. But before we do that, I want to get everything on the record today. And I want to hear from our friends at the county, not only Commissioner Regalado's office. I want to put it all on the record here, and then we can defer the item. And during that time period, we can really lay the groundwork to build consensus. That's what I'd like to see.
Yes. I don't want to give you the impression, Commissioner Fernandez, that we do not want to have, an open dialogue with the community. We want to make sure that we set a baseline of information so that everybody is working on that same information. And you're opposed to it, we want to listen to you. That's why we're actually doing and already making changes, right? Even to what we had previously proposed, my understanding is that the county and the underline are proposing changes to that, right? So we're not even going to have the actual, even what was provided before wouldn't be accurate, right? So I want to make sure that we set a baseline of correct information so that we can then properly listen to complaints. That's all. I don't want to give you the impression that we don't want to do it.
And that's what I've been working on.
Yeah.
It was going to be a panel where the panel would present what is currently being discussed in order to then answer the community's concerns.
Through the mayor.
Because there's also concerns about the actual height that's being considered. I know there's already been changes to the height. So I just want to make sure that the accurate information is out there as to what the plan is. I know that some of the graphics don't exactly show what's going to be there, and I know that the graphics were being updated as well. But this is what has been worked on here internally
Love
since
to
Thursday of
continue
last
having
week.
that dialogue with your office and with yourself,
All right.
and make sure that we come to something that is, workable for everyone.
All right,
Madam Vice Mayor?
So, through the mayor, I just want to bring up a couple of things, because we do need accurate information, because there's more impediments than just this bridge. And in fact, this bridge is not the major impediment the FDOT bridge is the major impediment. One of the pieces of information that I'd like to receive is what is the forecast for replacement of the FDOT bridge, and I don't expect you to answer that now. And whether or not that bridge at that point when it's replaced can also include or replace the underlying bridge, because you just make it a little wider and make it ADA compliant, because we all know that you have to comply with the 2010 guidelines on accessibility and not make individuals with disabilities a second-class citizen and put them on a 6-foot wide sidewalk that's only capable of handling one wheelchair at a time in one direction, and no pedestrians could pass at the same time. So I'd like to know what the forecast is for that, because I know the Cocoa Plum Bridge, for instance, has been something that's been planned for well in excess of 4 or 5 years, and it's been taking a very long period of time. But we need a plan for the future. So that's one of the pieces of information I'd like to
Phenomenal,
see
and we will
shared with
definitely
us.
get that from the secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to add that a couple weeks ago, the county had a public meeting with Coral Gables residents regarding a traffic circle at Waterway in Anderson. Drawings were provided, a lot of information. It was very productive. All the questions were answered. I'm sure the information was provided before, so I, like Commissioner Fernandez, I'm sure my colleagues, at some point, it's good, because if there's a petition with 300 signatures, well, they're not here, and I'd like them to know what's going on so we can bring everybody in together with the right information. In terms of what was said, and when I had my agenda review, at some point, I'd like to know exactly what the federal guidelines are regarding height of this bridge, what can or can't. Because as we all know, the federal government has a regulation that says you can't go above, then I think it's important to state that fact. A gentleman said that, well, the approach to the bridge could change. I think that's also something to be considered. So I want to know what the law is regarding the bridge height. I'm not an expert in bridges, but in terms of federal regulations, we all comply. And I also want to learn a lot more about the concern about cyclists and pedestrians on the same path, because I walk, I go on Segovia, and it has a bike lane, and you have joggers, walkers, and cyclists, and you see confrontations, who's going to blink first? And and it's a recipe for failure or disaster, actually. So those are my two issues: see what the guidelines are, and also we need to avoid just have a common sense approach for safety. That's what I want to see, and then eventually some kind of town hall meeting.
And as you know, our team is here, so they've heard all of these comments, and they will definitely, I will make sure that they get back to everyone here with your questions answered.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk?
Next speaker, Levy Meyer.
Levy, good afternoon. What's going on?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for being here and for hearing our concerns. My name is Levy Meyer. I live at 600 Geronimo. I'm a resident of Coral Gables. I'm a boater, a kayaker, a paddleboard, a father, a husband, and I sit on the Coral Gables Waterway Advisory Board. I myself, living less than a half a mile, was not made aware of a bridge being put over the Coral Gables Waterway, both as a resident and as a member of the Waterway Advisory Board. Notice was sent out, and when we requested information about that notice, we were provided with a 7,000 name spreadsheet, of which only 500 and change were Coral Gables addresses. Over 100 of them seemed to be commercial properties. Less than 50 of them were waterfront residences. And so 6,750 of the 7,000 people are people that don't even know a waterway exists. But the fact that they don't know about it doesn't make it any less important to the city of Coral Gables. Frankly, what's being asked is only to take a moment to make a proper decision on a bridge that is going to be here, as we all know, for the next 80 to 100 years, much like the bridge that was put in 1942 that is too damn low, clear as day. There's nobody sitting in this room, nobody that Manny approached when he went door to door, that is opposed to this bridge. The Underline put out their own change.org petition. It was signed very largely and widely because the Underline has a very wide reach. And quite frankly, when you read it, it's not very clear. It doesn't even mention what the bridge height is. Nobody seems to be concerned about that. The reality is that we just need to do it right. We need to do it one time. It'd be great, as the Vice Mayor suggests, if the FDOT would redo US 1 and create a pedestrian pass, and even more so, maybe even overpass over Riviera, which is a dangerous crossing. But that may take 5 years or 10 years, and the reality is the Underline is here and they're ready to put a bridge in. I don't think anybody, my wife included, is opposed to it. My wife is very excited about the Underline Bridge, as am I. We just bought new bicycles for our kids, and we intend to use it and cross it, probably more than most people in this room. I just want to make sure that when it's done right, and I don't see any reason why asking for 30 days to gather information, to even understand what the actual bridge height is, which is very unclear. I asked the Coast Guard yesterday, and they did not give me the accurate response as to the response that was given at the Waterway Advisory Board meeting. 3.3, is it 4, is it 3.2? Nobody really knows. Let's get the facts, let's get it done right, and let's do it quickly. We asked the Underline for a 90-day extension in the Advisory Board meeting. They said it's too much, it'll affect their budget. We all agreed to do something close to a 30-day, and let's hustle to get it done. So that's all I ask for is just 30 days.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is going to be on Zoom. It's Ian Sheldon.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. A couple things. Sorry, I'm driving. I can't turn my video, and I'm not looking at my phone. Trying to be responsible. The Underline has been around for a decade. It's gotten to the point where I talk to my friends in New York or Atlanta, and the same people who know about the High Line or the Belt Line. It's world class. I'm happy that the previous item came up when it did, because we talk about placemaking and what can Coral Gables do to really put itself on the map, and something like the Underline, I think, really delivers that. And I think, oh my God, how many meetings have we had? Even just a couple of years ago, I remember there was that week where we had 3 meetings packed in Sunset, and I believe the website is still on the city's page about those meetings, like specifically focused on Coral Gables residents. I have, trying to be polite, I have little. I don't understand why some people talk about, they're not aware of something happening, but this is a $120 million project. And the amount of meetings that have already happened are just constant. And the second thing is more of a question. I don't know who to direct it to. As far as I'm aware, these items, the city doesn't actually have a recourse to stopping or slowing down. Are these items a request to the Board County Commission and the Coast Guard, or does the city actually have like a mechanism here, like a lever they can pull to like enact this 30-day pause, or is it just like a request to the Board County Commission?
Okay,
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so it's my understanding, Madam City Attorney, that we can't just scuttle the project or stop the project. We can request from the county to give us some additional time to review, and we can defer this item, correct?
That is my understanding of the request also from the board, is that they're asking for an additional time period, yes.
Okay. All right, anything else, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
All right, perfect. So, is anybody from the county here? Coming up, would you like to take some time and speak a little bit about the process and where we stand and what you'd like for us to do over the next, noticing the amount of people that are here and the requests from the community? We'd like to see what the county would like to do in preparation to coming together with what the representative from the commissioner's office just said. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being here with us, by the way.
Good afternoon. Alex Barrios, Deputy Director, Department of Transportation and Public Works, 11 Northwest 1st Street. So we've heard the concerns. We've been working with the Commissioner's office. We've got the design team here who's been hearing the concerns all day. We're going back. We're looking at the engineering to make sure we can, whatever modifications we can do, we'll try to do, and we'll be ready to present in a short period of time what those modifications are. We have to balance both the pedestrians, the bicyclists, along with the boaters, and we're trying our best. And I'm personally meeting with the design team to address this issue, and we'll be ready to present something in the very near future on what we can change.
So just to lay the groundwork, because obviously during this time period, there's a lot of misinformation and, you have many different sides speaking. They have concerns. What are we talking about in regards to a time frame where you think you'd be ready to present something to the community? And I imagine also you'll probably present different options, correct?
Correct. We're looking at all alternatives to maximize the benefit for both pedestrians, bicyclists, and the boaters.
Like different structures, when, you go from concrete to steel.
Correct.
Maybe you gain some height.
Correct. That is one of the alternatives we are considering.
Okay, well, I imagine so. Okay, so when do you think you'll have these alternatives?
Let me
ready?
check with staff. I can come back, but we're probably looking at 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks for us to have a better layout, a conceptual layout of what can be done with the alternatives.
So you'd probably say within the next 30 days, we can have a sit-down, the community can have a sit-down, and we can have a conversation in regards, we can lay out all the pieces, lay out all the information, where we stand, and, have a good conversation in regards to what the city, the county, and all the residents can collectively put together and move forward.
Yeah, I think that's a fair time frame. We'll work through the commissioner's office, which is represented here today, to make sure we schedule that.
Okay, do we have a way that we can get the 350 people that signed that petition, along with everybody who's here? Is there a portal? Is there any way that we can put all this information together so you can have it accessible? Because there's a lot of things. For example, Mr. Galan mentioned some things that, again, that to me, I'm not privy to. He talked a little bit about the tunnel effect. He talked about certain things that, again, I don't have any experience with. So those are things that I'd have to speak to you and speak to the bridge engineers to get an understanding if that's something that's could potentially affect this bridge. Is there any way that we can get all this information? They can put all the requests, any concerns, any ideas, and it can be sent to your office so that it can be incorporated in that meeting in a month.
We don't have a mechanism right now, but I'm sure we can develop one. I know there's a website for the page for the project.
Okay.
That might be the easiest way of getting us their concerns, and we'll look at them and address them. If not, they can submit them directly to my office or through the commissioner's office, which would refer them to us.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is just be able to have just a repository, so everything that gets submitted, we can see it that day as like a public record. You understand? So that it can be had in one location, and everybody's comments, can be referred back to, and just so everybody knows that they had an opportunity to say something. You get what I'm saying?
No, I understand. We just have to look to see what type of a mechanism we have available for that. It's not something we've done before, so we'll have to go back and check.
So when we advertise this meeting, the forthcoming meeting, the collective meeting with everyone, you'll be able to provide me with some sort of email address where people can send all your concerns to this exact location.
Absolutely. We'll get that. I'll get that to you before the end
No,
of
don't
the
get it to me, get it to the manager. And the communications department and everyone else. So you can send a copy to the commission, but more importantly, work with the manager's office. Okay. Does anybody else have any other concerns, any other ideas, anything they'd like to add?
I think the other way we can do it is, can we create an email address in the city, underline@coralgables.com? Have folks send them there, and we can forward them to your office. That way, the city's also aware of what the concerns are, and those can be forwarded to members of the commission so that we can be looped into the process.
And any, information, obviously, as the mayor said, communications department, our e-news, we send it out. That way we reach as many people as possible.
And loop in Commissioner Regalato's office as well, so make sure that her office is aware.
Yes, district7@miamidade.gov.
Okay.
That's all I want.
All right. Is there anything else? I'm gonna make a motion to defer the item.
I'll second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Please do me a favor to all the residents, all the interested parties that were here. Please spread the word. I'd like for you to please, if you could designate one person, I think that'd be the best thing. Designate one person who will be in contact with the manager's office, because there's a lot of emails that are coming in. I want to make sure we address them all and that everybody has the opportunity to have their voice heard. So designate one person who will set up this structure so that when we have that meeting in a month, everybody in the Waterway Advisory Board is included, the residents, the business owners, everybody who's a stakeholder is included, and they know where to send their concerns and their ideas. I just want to make sure that everybody's well versed on that, okay? So work with the manager's office if possible. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. and send our best to Commissioner Regalado as always. Thank you for her leadership. She's done an amazing job. To be honest with you, she hasn't stopped hounding me about this issue. So thank you for leading the way, and thank you to all the county employees for being here and all the residents. Thank you. Moving on to item F1.
F1 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to implement a resident parking rate pilot program and to collect relevant data during the pilot program in order to determine the long-term feasibility of a resident parking rate.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, I'll move that. I'll move that.
All right.
I'll second.
Yes.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Ready? Moving on to item F1.
I'll read it again. It's F1 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to implement a resident parking rate pilot program and to collect relevant data during the pilot program in order to determine the long-term feasibility of a resident parking rate.
This is my item, and I think we've been speaking about this during other commission meetings, but before I even continue, I want to give a really, really big thank you to Paula, Diana, Monica Beltran, and everybody that really made this pilot program possible. To give a little details, this is going to be a pilot program that's going to start April 1st till I think July 6th or July 5th, around there, July 6th. And the reason we're doing this is so that the residents could take advantage of the July 4th festivities. It's going to be 3 months and a week, probably a little bit, some days, and it's going to give you a 25% discount on parking. You're going to have to register. I directed staff to come back March 11th with the registration process so that we can go ahead and circle it. I'm also going to ask Martha Pantino, the communications department, to please go ahead and help me advertise this or market it, maybe build a campaign. If I can ask my colleagues to go ahead and do the same after this item is voted for. The fiscal impact of this item is we can't determine it right now. That's why it's a pilot program. We're going to evaluate the pros, the cons to see if this is really feasible for the city and how many residents to register. Monica, you want to give a little more details? No.
Good afternoon. Oh, yeah. Okay. Monica Beltran, Parking and Mobility Services Director. So, as you said, Commissioner, it's very difficult to ascertain what the impact of such a program is. However, I do have experience with these types of programs, and anywhere between 10 and 15% of our transactions should be related to residents that register. So by doing this and allowing the residents to register, it's going to help us tremendously to get information and better evaluate what the impact would be. It also allows us, for those residents that register, to create a database that we can always get information to them, get feedback, etc. So in a 3-month period, and this is a great time because April would be like a peak period, July would be, it starts waning down as the summer comes in. So it gives us a good balance for evaluation. And it could be a great program. We'd have to evaluate it. The program would only be available through the app, the Pay by Phone app. And the way it would work is that you register your tag, and when you pay by phone, you enter your tag, and the correct rate for the resident will kick in.
Thank you so much, Monica. I also want to thank Alberto, city manager, and also Joe. You guys were exceptional. Celeste as well. You guys made yourself available for my crazy meetings at any time, and I really, really appreciate that. And I know the residents will really appreciate this effort as well.
I just want to, I think Miami Beach has similar, doesn't it,
Yeah,
like discount?
Miami Beach does, City of Miami does as well. A few cities do.
And I remember for, as long as I've been on the commission, drawing our residents to our downtown has been a challenge. So I figure hopefully this is a very successful program, and we do draw our residents to our downtown to really enjoy what we offer. So I think it's a great idea.
And this is something I had talked to Kevin Kinney about in the old days, and Kevin always didn't really want to move forward with a project like this, but I'm glad that you have. I think our business community has been calling for an opportunity to bring residents to downtown. I recently met with the chamber, and part of the discussion was we need to make sure our residents are coming to our businesses in downtown. And I think this is an opportunity because I do hear from residents about their concerns with parking, having to pay for parking. the cost of Uber. So I think this provides a new opportunity. They can park downtown, they can take the freebie to different locations that they'll be visiting if they're going to Miracle Theater and then going to a restaurant. There's many ways to get around. So I commend you for working on this and getting this pilot program. As far as Miami Beach, just to use the example since you have the background, how successful was the program?
So approximately 11% of residents took advantage of the program. That's the same percentage for City of Miami.
Okay.
It's a little higher in other cities, but it's about very, very, very appreciated by the residents.
This is a perfect opportunity to give back to our residents.
So I have a couple questions. In the Miami Beach study that you did it also include the parking garages?
It did. Actually, everywhere in the city, same rate.
Because I know
Only well, actually, no, you can pay there also at meters.
Because in my pre-agenda meeting, I understand that it's not feasible right now to do this, to include the parking garages, and one of my concerns is the value of the data that we're going to receive is going to be compromised because of that. Is there any way that we can have a dual process to where you can have a discount card or something for parking in a garage if you're a resident? Because we have only so many surface parking spaces, and they're in high demand. So it's like giving somebody something that they can't really take advantage of.
So it's all about technology, and our technology in the older garages, except for Menorca, you can use it here because we have pay by phone. And haven't given up on the fact that the technology is older in the garages, and therefore it would require such modification to hardware and software that you may as well get new technology in there, right? So that'll come with time, but ideally, yes, you would offer this in the garages, particularly here when we're blessed with the fact that Miracle Mile is lined with garages on either side. So
Yeah.
it's ideal, but for right now, we only have it at Menorca.
Yeah, very few people know about the Menorca garage. So maybe this might be an opportunity to, bring them in and get the pay-by-phone operational here now, because it's not operational. Do we have a date for when it will be operational in the Menorca garage?
It already is.
Okay, so will the gates be operating?
We don't have gates. It's gateless right now.
Okay.
But if we were to enforce, or when we enforce, the tag would be registered with pay by phone, and we also have meters, the stations, pay stations.
Have you determined a date when you're going to start charging in the Menorca garage for parking?
There's an issue in that, there are two issues, but one of them is we need to register the tags. We need to settle the dust with all the employees that'll be parking here because they won't be paying, right? And
Right.
because we don't have gates, I have no way of entering tags to say this tag comes in, this tag doesn't. But likewise, I can't enforce in the garage until I have tag numbers. So we are collecting the information from the different departments. That's one. And then the other is, of course, the fact that there are many disabled placards. So as it stands today, it is not a very practical system, but we're working on it. We'll find a solution.
Well, I know when the Biltmore Hotel parking lot was an item that we were discussing, and certain groups were going to be excluded from being charged, including city employees. I believe there was already a database set up back then, and that was about, I guess, a couple of years ago. So can we have this done by April 1st so that we can begin to charge in Menorca Garage?
We can, yes.
Okay. Can it launch at the same time as this program?
We can, yes. All I'm going to do is we'll make some decisions as to if, in fact, we would give free parking to everybody at the Menorca, to all the employees at the Menorca. I'll work with HR to download the information.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So when this program does, well, when I have a feeling it's going to be very successful. So when this program does go permanent and we collect all the data necessary, I think the next step would be to evaluate or establish or phase out updating all our technology in our parking garages. Because
It's
at
in
the
the
end of the day,
works.
what we really want is to have our residents and our business community go into the garages.
Here's another idea. If we offer, because we're offering it here, you know how we always talk about east-west mobility? We're down the street from the trolley. So some residents may take advantage of it, park here, and use the trolley or the freebie to move around the area.
Can you put that in the notice so they know that the trolley is available? Because some people don't realize there's a stop right down the end of the block.
Correct. So this could be like a park and ride.
So I don't have any issue with the legislation. My only question is if we have already examples both in Miami Beach and Miami in regards to 11% of individuals taking advantage of similar legislation, similar savings, why don't we apply that? I know we're doing a pilot, but why don't we just apply that and you can give us a number of, let's say, what it would be if it was 10, 11, 12, 13%. You know, what would be the cost on the city in regards to a reduction in actual monies that would come in from parking revenue? I don't know if you have that on the top of your head.
I do not.
Oh, okay. No, I mean,
Because remember that the only garage that would work is here.
No, I understand. And
So
I'm just saying, but
you have
again,
to
but it
exclude.
would be good to just be able to, if other cities are doing similar things, to push
extrapolate that
certain
information.
inventory that is kind of slow and incentivize people to use that inventory. I just thought maybe it could be an opportunity to actually have a number before we vote on this.
There's different demographics and the discount that the other cities are giving. I think one of them is like 50%, is it? It's
Yes,
it's
the
significantly
percentages
more.
are different, yes.
Yeah,
that-
the discount's
that is an-
significantly more. 25% is, I think, a very, very healthy balance for the city and for the residents. But I think that maybe coming up with numbers from other cities could give a distorted view of what reality is, and that's the exact reason why we're doing a pilot program, to have accurate data that then we can make a real decision with.
What was the number for Miami Beach, the discount?
Oh, in Miami Beach, there's no percentage. It's a straight fee. I don't recommend it. It's a straight fee, $1 everywhere.
Okay, and then
Per hour.
And in the city of Miami, do you know what it was?
City of Miami is 50, it used to be 50%, now it's, instead of 150 per hour, it's 140.
I'm just trying to better understand why the number came in at 11%, both of them. That's what I'm trying to understand. It's just, understanding the numbers of why both populations took advantage of it to 11%. Why didn't one population take it over for 20, 25%? I thought it would be more of an incentive for people to use it.
So Miami does.
I think 11% of people using it is, I don't think it's that much of an incentive.
Well, and I did think about Miami Beach. Down on Ocean Drive, for example, now maybe there'll be parking, but in South Beach, where parking was $4 an hour, residents are paying $1. So it's a 75% discount. Now, still, when you speak to some of the residents, they just didn't register, but some did. And many do register, but that's the percentage of the use. That's the number of transactions.
You took 75% reduction in the fee. I would expect everybody to take advantage of that. I mean, especially for people who park, especially for people who work or people who visit South Beach a lot. I mean, it's a massive savings.
Yeah. And they also have a very, very good trolley system as well. And it has all sorts of connections, so I think a lot of people make use of that. They also have a very healthy biking program, so I think people use alternatives. Furthermore, I believe that a lot of people carpool, and so typically you don't go in different vehicles. But there's a city, for example, that the usage is 16%, and that's because it's by the beach. So the residents, when they go to the beach, they use that 16%. If you think about it, do you go to the beach every day because you're a resident? Probably 16% of the time.
So if you get a chance, ask the clerk for a public records request. we tried. I sponsored an item, I think probably 5, 6, 7 years ago, I can't even remember when it was, to give anybody who's a resident free parking in the downtown during the holidays. And I think we ran the numbers, and it was gonna cost us a pretty significant amount of money. But maybe you can take a look at that and bring it back and tell us through the manager's office and tell us what the cost would be associated. Because if you wanna push people to come to the city, don't discount it, give it to it for free, especially residents.
Okay, so that idea was floated before, so I've answered that question before. And the idea is not to incentivize the use of vehicles, but rather, if it's free, why would I take a trolley or a freebie, right? So it is an advantage and it is a benefit, but free parking really incentivizes. So I'm going to wear my sustainability hat. Free parking incentivizes people to use their vehicles and competes against visitor parking. And we do want people to come here and find parking. So it's a balance.
Right. The mayor has a lot of valid concerns, but I think addressing some of them, I think it has to do with the marketing or campaign that the city puts to be able to get the information out there so that people do register. And the other one is that our residents really are not coming to our downtown and they're not shopping locally. And this is part of that movement. So yeah, data could be, misleading, I would say, or look different in other cities. I will go ahead and move this item.
I'll second.
Thank you.
And I think the numbers that we saw in the economic development presentation pretty much tell us the same story. 78% of the people who are coming to our downtown are not Coral Gables residents. You have a 22% of the people who are coming to our downtown who are Coral Gables residents. And you start calculating the numbers, it may be an equivalent of 11% of our residents who are using our downtown. So, I think this will get us very valid data, not just for us regarding parking, but also for our business community to see how they can attract our residents. And that was part of the conversation I had with the chamber. This is a group effort, and attracting the residents to our downtown has to be an effort that we have as a city, but also as a business community, making sure that our residents know the businesses in our downtown, frequent the businesses in our downtown. And a lot of it also has to do with the makeup that we have. I remember when I was in the Property Advisory Board, they did a presentation and a study on what Miracle Mile should be. And we did not tick any of the boxes. We were basically deemed by their study to be unsuccessful, yet we are successful. Bridal shops, they say, are horrible for the economy, yet we flourish with our bridal shops. At the time we had Subway in Miracle Mile, they said that was horrible, yet Subway was extremely successful in Miracle Mile. Ross on Miracle Mile, they said was a bad idea, yet it's been successful for years. So I think it's about attracting residents. I think this will attract residents. It will provide an incentive to come to our downtown. I would also like to see those other garages, with different technology, just to make sure that we're able to use those as well. But I commend you all for your efforts.
I just want to add that it's a pilot program, and hopefully this pilot program soars higher than the other pilots. And quite honestly, if you're a business owner, you have a restaurant, you have a shop, anything that provides an uptick in traffic to your store, to your restaurant, I think it's going to be well received. Even if it's 10%, 11%, that's big for a lot of these business owners. So we're heading in the right direction.
I believe we're going to be successful also because this is a very walkable city. So you get towards the center and then you walk.
Yeah,
it's pleasant to walk.
Thank you, Monica.
Pleasure.
We have a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I have members of the public requesting to speak on the item. Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I think this is such a wonderful idea because I've heard from so many people how good freebie is, but those of us that live outside the business area do not get the benefit. Now we can come park, get on the freebie, do whatever we want to do, and we're part of the community. And this is a wonderful idea. And I think the business people will love it because some of us that normally do not come here will be coming because this makes it easier. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F2.
F2 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to develop an expedited permit review services program for a maximum 12-month trial period to allow for expedited review of certain permit applications for interior commercial and interior residential work, and authorizing the city manager to seek proposals from the city's approved pool of consultants for plans review and building inspection services, and to negotiate an agreement for such expedited services as appropriate.
So this one is my item too, and I'm extremely excited to bring this up because it's been a long time, and I want to go ahead and thank city manager, deputy manager, Douglas. I know you've worked with me. Oh, I don't even know for how long. I think this started back when Peter was here, and he wasn't very accepting of it, but I think he would love the idea now that it's flourished. I want to also thank Diana, Paula, and everybody else that was involved. Let me go ahead and give a little more general details because this is still under, Christina, very involved as well, thank you. I want to give a little details, but very broad because this is still needs to be negotiated. Somebody has to be picked to help us partner with this program. The idea of this program is a 5-day review per round of reviews. So it would go through an expedited, it would be, I think it's called EPRS, Expedited Permit Review Service. And you want to give a little more details, broad details, Doug? It's a pilot program too.
Doug Ramirez, Acting Director of Development Services. So currently the city has consultants that we engage that help the building department to perform plan reviews. The idea here is that we would engage with them and create a trial program so that we can use their services to create a expedited, as the commissioner said, 5 business day turnaround for specific permit types, namely interior commercial or interior residential permits. The reason we pick those is because they don't have zoning and they have smaller scope of work, which the consultants are more geared towards doing efficiently. We have also, we will limit it to non-historic properties so that it doesn't have a historic review. We have discussed it with Fire, and since Fire will be involved in the commercial projects, we do think that this could be a good program for the city. It would help certain applicants, the ones that have these types of projects, they have the option to participate in this and get the expedited reviews. And it, at the same time, would alleviate some of the load from building department and staff so that we have more time to work on our other reviews and get those done faster.
So at the end of the day, it's a win-win. It's a win for the people that opt in, and it's a win for the people that don't pay and don't opt in. I'm very excited. Thank you so much, Doug. We will continue to give more details after this is approved and we negotiate and we pick the service provider that's going to help us. Is there any questions? If not, I'll move it.
I'll second.
If I may, Mr. Ramirez, quick question. Do you have any examples of other municipalities that are using similar expedited programs where people pay additional monies to have their permits expedited?
So the Miami-Dade County had a program for a while that they attempted it where you paid extra, and they couldn't figure out the logistics of it. They limited it only to building trade, and that created an issue for them. I had a conversation with them to find out like what could they do, and they were having issues with staffing and position. They never tried it the way we're trying it using the consultants. The city of Miami also has a program that they have used in the past. I don't know if, Commissioner, perhaps you could elaborate on what they have done there, because you're more involved in that realm at
Yes,
the city of Miami.
so Miami-Dade County, and I believe it was almost 15 years ago, they did have a program, I believe it's called OPR, And the way that they did it was very, very different from how we're doing it. They were actually adding a fee per review, and I think it was hourly as well. And it was a program that you had to get approved for as well. If there was space or sufficient space, then they would be able to offer this expedited service. What we're offering is completely different. This is a white glove service that I guarantee you, when it takes off, all the cities are going to piggyback off us. We are going to be the example of expedited permitting.
So what is the cost? Like if I want to do this, say I'm doing an interior renovation and I have to pay my existing permit fees. Because for example, if you have an exterior reviewer, private provider, in most cities, the private provider only does certain disciplines. And then what ends up happening is that the city gives the client, the resident, the business owner, a reimbursement, a percentage of their permit fee, because most of it's being reviewed by the private provider and not being reviewed by the city. So in this case, let's just give you an example. Let's say it's an interior remodeling, it's $1 million project. The person's gonna pay $15,000, $20,000 in permit fees. They pay those fees, and then they have to pay an additional fee to have it expedited, correct?
Can I go ahead and answer that question?
But if I may, I just want to ask Mr. Ramirez, the director, because I want to understand it, because you have a permit, you have a private provider, you're a private provider who absorbs a certain portion of the scope, and the city doesn't charge a percentage of the permit fee. So how is this going to work? I just want to understand it, because I don't have the knowledge of it.
Doug, I'm gonna recommend that you don't answer that question, because we are going to have to negotiate with the other partners, and we shouldn't be putting numbers out there or percentages.
Okay, if I may, I'm voting on something now. I just want to know the numbers, the costs, so that when I'm all for expediting, I think it's great. I think it's an opportunity. I live in free markets. I think it's great if somebody wants to pay additional fee. I don't have an issue with it, but I just want to know what the costs are before I vote on something.
It could be anywhere from 15 to 30% above what you regular pay for a normal processing. We can't put a number out there right now because it would hinder our possibilities of negotiating.
Mr. Mayor, I could also answer part of your question without going into that part. As far as the private provider projects, the state has defined that you can give a discount when there's a private provider doing the plan reviews and inspections. And if it's both, then you get more of a discount, and if it's only one, you get less of a discount. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but they're in the same range of what Commissioner Castro was speaking.
But also, if I can add that this would certainly require an update to our fee schedule, Mayor. And so that change, once, staff in the manager's office negotiates with the providers or enters into an agreement, the fee schedule would have to come back to commission.
I can't vote for anything unless I know the exact numbers that I'm voting for. So I don't think it would hinder us. I do a lot of negotiations every single day, as long as I can, it's pretty standard, the numbers. You can explain it. I don't think it's a big deal on that front, but I understand that you don't want to give the fees that you're going to be charging, because the providers maybe will charge more. I don't get it. But at the end of the day, it's pretty standard across the board when you look at, for example, private providers. There's an industry fee. Some are a little higher, some a little lower, but it's not by much. It's a few percentage points, correct?
We're talking about 15 to 30%.
Well, it's a big delta. You want to kind of understand.
Mayor, it's going to come back to us for us to approve. It's not going to start without us approving a fee.
I understand, but I just like to, again, I'm all in favor, but I can't vote for anything that doesn't have fees attached to it. I need to understand what the costs are. I just want to be as responsible as possible when I vote on something. That's it.
Absolutely, I understand your concerns, but the truth of the matter is that we cannot have fees if we don't get this approved to be able to negotiate with providers. So it's impossible to provide you with a fee. I hope I can have your support.
Will that be something that comes back to us?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Through the mayor, I've got concerns too, because what this essentially says is if you don't pay an extra fee, you're not going to be getting faster service from the city. This increases the cost to residents then overall. I would like to have more of an in-depth meeting with you before being able to analyze whether this is the best course of action for our residents to cause a cost increase for them. as opposed to, doing a better job within our building department in expediting permits from within, as opposed to doing outside providers reviewing the plans that are submitted. I'm all for expediting within our department, but I'm concerned about now causing an additional premium on residents who want to just do some simple renovations. Why should they have to pay a premium now if they want to be treated, in a more expedited process?
I completely understand your concerns, but I could guarantee you that won't be a problem because with establishing this program, we're also alleviating the load on the building department, which at the end of the day is going to make our service a lot faster without paying a fee.
Okay, I just don't have enough data.
Yeah, the pilot program is to collect the data. It's a pilot program. This is not permanent. After we collect data and we see how feasible and if there was satisfaction, which I'm pretty sure there will be, then we can go ahead and vote if this is something we want to continue doing permanently.
Again, I think there can be a lot more background, research, discussion, evaluation, feasibility study done on doing such a thing before we start tacking more costs on our residents that want a simple interior renovation done.
We're not imposing any costs. You can opt in or you can opt out. And the whole idea of this pilot program, it is to collect data, to analyze, to see how we can better our service. That's the whole point of this. I completely agree with what you're saying, but nobody's imposing any extra fees. This is something you opt in for if you want to use it, and if not, and I'm pretty sure that at the end of the day, we're going to have a great product because, as I just said, it's going to improve the wait times and the due dates on the reviews that don't opt in. It's a win-win.
Commissioner Castro, just give my thoughts. I would say of late, in just talking to residents, there are a lot of issues and a lot of concerns that residents are worried about, but the one common theme besides civility is permitting. And a lot of residents have found themselves in sort of a bureaucratic nightmare of the permitting process. And I think they've been reaching out to the city for a long time, asking for solutions. So if this pilot program leads to a solution to the satisfaction of our residents, I think this is what they want from us, to take action and be bold enough not to kick the can down the road, but address a matter that I think you're doing a great job of bringing to the community.
And look, I think
Thank you.
a lot of residents have found themselves forced to hire permit expediters because of the delays that they have found. There has been a systematic failure in the Development Services Department that led to a change in leadership in that department. And we need to find a path forward where our residents are able to find that the city has a process in place where they don't have to wait, as a resident told me, 18 months to get an approval on a bathroom in their house, because that shouldn't ever take that long. So this is a process that, it's not going to require somebody to walk you into the Development Services Department as a favor. Now there's going to be a process in place where you want to pay extra for an expedited process, there will be an expedited process. But as the director said, it'll reduce the workload, which will now provide for an opportunity for our staff to focus on the permits that could take a little bit longer. There may be more questions that need to be asked. And I know that the city manager and I have already had conversations about other changes that are needed in that department that will help alleviate some of the issues. We've had issues with the technology. It was a bad system that was purchased. Unfortunately, we're stuck with it now, and we need to find a way to incorporate the human component back and allow for communication. I had a resident at office hours last week. He had an issue where he had filed for a permit for a driveway. It is his current driveway, same material. All he wanted to do was redo it on the same footprint. And he kept hitting a roadblock since August of last year. And it was literally as simple as somebody realizing, well, we just had one thing that we couldn't verify, but nobody took the time to pick up a phone, call the individual and say, is this what the problem is? So Commissioner Castro, I commend you on getting this process. I know it has been a long road to get here,
Very long.
but we're here to deliver for residents, not continue to kick the can down the road. This will deliver. It's a pilot program. If it doesn't work, it can be changed, it can be scrapped, but this will provide an opportunity. And trust me, I have been told by numerous residents, I wish there was an expedited program. I'd be willing to pay more to get it done.
And I think us that were in the industry, including the mayor, would agree that time is money and that people are more than willing to pay an extra fee to get a permit a lot faster.
So if I may, just before we vote on this, if I may, just 1 second, thank you. First off, our employees do a wonderful job.
They do.
They do an amazing job. We're not kicking the can down the curb. They do an amazing job. They're out there every single day battling in front of the residents, in front of the business community. They're trying to do their best. Over the last, I think probably 2 or 3 years, there's been massive change in the Development Services Department. From building a $5 million plus building to going paperless, millions and millions and millions of sheets of paper were digitized and we went paperless, to also digitizing the way that we do now our plans review, where you can view multiple disciplines at once. This is what I do for a living every single day, so I have just a little bit of experience in this. Our city is in very good shape in regards to development services. No one's kicking down the can, down the curb. So at the end of the day, I'm not a believer in this type of service because I need facts, I need numbers, I need to understand what things cost before I can take a vote on it. And what I would rather focus in on, and this is why our democracy is so great. We can vote on things, and if it gets approved, it gets approved. If not, we move on. I would rather focus in on if there are areas where we have shortcomings, let's focus in on those areas that have shortcomings. Let's hire more staff. Let's train staff. Let's extend work hours. Let's figure out how we can incentivize staff to meet certain goals. But I don't think that we should have, two different tiers where it hasn't worked in other cities, like you said before. I just don't think it's an opportunity for the city to say, everything now can be expedited because, you pay an additional 30% and you get your permit expedited. So I'm a no vote on this. I commend you for bringing this legislation again, but I think we need to be very careful when we say we're kicking the can down the curb, because at the end of the day, a large majority of our community, which is not going to pay for the expedited services, is going to still have to deal with our amazing employees. So we're not kicking down any curb. So moving forward, listen, Madam Vice Mayor, you take over if you like, but I'm pretty well kind of informed on the issue. I deal with municipalities all over Miami-Dade County, all over the state of Florida every single day, and I think that we can always get better. Never stay stagnant. But the idea is not through an expedited service. It's through refinement of our own positions, employees, protocols. There's a lot of things that we can do. Madam Vice Mayor?
Yeah, no, and the type of input I've received from residents is, yes, there's issues in the permitting department, but that has to be dealt with in the permitting department. I'm not willing to pay an extra fee, nor should they have to pay an extra fee for first-class service from our city. If we need additional employees in there, then let's raise that issue and let's deal with that issue head on. They pay a significant amount of money for those permit fees, and we should be delivering based on what is already paid, and not have to, charge a premium to an outside provider to be able to deliver a simple interior renovation. I mean, this should not be what our city is requiring of folks to be able to get something done on a timely basis. As far as the driveway, usually that's a communication problem. I've done my driveway. Okay, I did it before we had even more improvements in our department here. The communication is key. When you have a change in your permitting process throughout the place and you have new notes, then send an email to the resident, send an email to the contractor, not just to the contractor and the resident has no idea what's going on. 99% of what I deal with is a lack of communication from the permitting department to the resident, and then the contractor gives a different story as to the reason for the delay and blames the city for the delay, when in fact it was a contractor that didn't respond on a timely basis to the city for that little piece of information that's missing. So it's a communication problem, if we have a deficiency within the department, let's take care of that and move forward.
You have a motion?
Yeah, what a shame that we couldn't have all of us agree with this. I'm pretty sure this is going to be extremely successful, and the satisfaction is going to be 5 maximum. And
Commissioner Castro, if I may, just put it in perspective so that people listening and watching, put it in a form that everybody can relate to. Everybody, at least most everybody, goes to Disney World with their family. Tickets have been going up, up, and up. The rides are the same. But Disney unveiled years ago a thing called Fast Pass. Lightning, I think it's called Genie now. It's almost impossible to get. The demand to get the Fast Pass is through the roof. They can't even absorb the demand. So Disney understands that standing in line to get on Space Mountain or Pirates of the Caribbean, people are willing to pay a little bit more if they can get to the front or near the front of the line. So we're not inventing the wheel, we're not reinventing it. It's been around. We're just applying it from the private sector idea into the public sector, which a lot of people have always wanted. They want government that has that private sector mentality, and I think this pilot program is a step in that direction.
And the reason that I'm using a service provider is because I never want a resident to go ahead and pay a fee and get ahead other residents in the same building department. I want to go ahead and separate those two so that both sides can benefit.
Okay, so we have a motion?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Okay.
Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Some of us live in a fantasy world. Everything is wonderful in development services. People go in 3 minutes they get taken care of. That's what we were told. Guess what? It's not true. It doesn't happen. All you have to do is knock on a few doors and you will hear the first complaint is permits, permits, permits. Even when they get an expediter, unless the expediter can come in the back door, like some do, it doesn't help. And our residents, some of our residents are very clever because they can go to an elected official that can take them up to the building to talk to the people in charge, and they get expedited without having to pay extra. But that is not good for everybody. We've been talking and going around in circles. I understood the process. If people want to get their permits done faster, they will go in this program. It's up to them to do it or not to do it. Maybe they don't have to get a private expediter to do it for them. They will save money. If they do that, our employees will have a smaller load, and they will be able to help the ones that choose not to use this program faster. What a concept. If some are going this way, there's fewer on that side. That's very hard to understand. Very hard to understand. This is very long overdue. I know that we have development services director and manager that thought they had invented the solution with the program that goes down every other day, every 3 days, twice a week, still. Because number one, it was not installed correctly. Number two, it doesn't work. Now, it works in other cities, but it doesn't work here because maybe the training was not done right. Oh, no. The people in charge would have done it right. That's why we have to keep paying for people to go train again and again and again. People, listen. Elections have consequences. There's 3 people sitting here that know what the people want. Forget about the circle, forget about, imposing people. Nobody has to pay extra. If I wanted to get my driver's license and go to the agency, I would have paid less than when I did it, because you know what? I did it from my house. It was mailed to me. I didn't have to go to the agency. That is giving convenience. The doctors that have special services, they come to your house, they charge you a little more. I do not understand how we're concerned about people that may think they have to pay. They have to pay nowadays. They have to get a private expediter to help them because our department is not doing it fast enough. And let me tell you, some of you may have heard, 18 months? I've heard 2.5 years for doing things that were so simple that if you didn't need a permit, you could do it maybe in 3 days. Okay, enough is enough. Let's stop. Let's stop. I mean, I'm sorry. I have to laugh because I do not understand how anyone can talk about, we cannot do this, but the same person takes people to development services to get special red carpet service. And some special expediters can come in the back door and get it done faster than the poor person that goes in, takes a number, sits down. Oh, in 3 minutes, they'll go upstairs, they'll talk. Okay, we'll call you. That's the 3 minutes. No, enough is enough. This is a program long overdue. I assure you it's going to be very successful.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
Jackson Holmes.
Thank you. I don't like to speak too much in any given day, but I can't resist here because I think the status quo, as far as I can tell, is that developers get special access to permitting and the residents can wait all year or all 2 or 3 years. So we need to try to change this. Melissa Castro is a permitter. This is her expertise. Her mother had this business. Now she has this business. This is her long suit. And it's only a pilot program. It is an improvement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so we have a motion and a second, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
For the reasons stated, no.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes. And quick question, didn't you vote for annexation without knowing the fiscal impact or implications?
No, I knew what the fiscal impact was included in the slides that were shown. My answer is
Mayor Lago?
no. Thank you very much. Moving on to item F4.
This one's mine. It's a discussion on the issuance of challenge coins to state representatives. Billy, I had given you, my office had sent you a PowerPoint or a presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
To give a little background, on February 2nd to the 4th, I went to Tallahassee. We had several meetings. We met with state representatives, with Fernando, the government affairs manager, and the chamber, and some other associations. During those visits, I was able to meet with some senators and state representatives that do a lot for us, to show them, to show them a token of appreciation for everything that they do for us. They were very, very happy. The first one that I saw was, go back. There we go. Senator Alexis Catalayud. The second one is Representative Mike Redondo. The third one is Representative Demi Busata. The other one is Senator Ileana Garcia, which is currently doing very, very, very much for us, very thankful. Representative Vicky Lopez, she's spearheading everything that has to do with Live Local and condos. And she's frequently here in our city. She's very loved. And Senator Jason Pizzo. During the next commission meeting, I will provide you guys with an update of what happened in Tallahassee. I also sent you a memo from two of the meetings, which I thought were pretty interesting with what was happening in Tallahassee. I'll go ahead and I'll leave that for the next commission meeting. And that is all. Thank you.
Moving on to item J1.
J1 is a resolution of the City Commission appointing members of the Canvassing Board for the upcoming general biennial election of Tuesday, April 8th, 2025, and any subsequent runoff election. The Honorable Carlos Gomez, Circuit Court Judge, 11th Judicial Circuit. The Honorable Carlos Guzman, Circuit Court Judge, 11th Judicial Circuit. The Honorable Cristina Rivera Correa, alternate County Court Judge, 11th Judicial Circuit. And City Clerk Billy Y. Urquia for the purpose of canvassing absentee and provisional ballots and precinct returns, further authorizing said board to certify the results of said election.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you very much. Madam Vice Mayor, anything for the good of the order? I don't think I missed anything. Did I miss anything on the agenda, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
Right. Madam Vice Mayor.
On, I think it's Thursday, I have the presentation with Commissioner Regalado on septic to sewer. Thursday is 7:30 a.m. at Casa Cuba. It is already sold out, but it's going to be a great presentation for residents in Miami-Dade County, South Miami, Coral Gables, and about the costs and the implementation and the phases that we go through for conversion of septic to sewer. So it's a good background informational piece a day before Valentine's Day, and it's called Love in the Trenches.
Looking forward to it. Commissioner Castro.
A reminder that on Thursday is Burgerlicious. If you haven't bought your tickets, go ahead and buy them now. Also, a reminder that on March 11th, we will be coming back with the details of registration for the pilot program, and thank you all for voting for it. That would be all. Thank you.
Commissioner Menendez.
This is my poster.
Yes, sir.
On Sunday, this Sunday at 6:30 p.m. at the Actors Playhouse, Miracle Theater, showing a free showing of the movie classic Mary Poppins with Julie Andrews and Dick Van Dyke. They're still around, kicking and I guess singing. Dick Van Dyke is in his 90s now, but that's a movie classic, not only for those who grew up seeing it in the theater, but now I think for your kids and grandkids to be able to share that kind of wholesome family movie. And everybody's welcome, free tickets, Sunday at 6:30.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Dick Van Dyke was actually dancing in a video recently. I think it was last week, so it was fun to watch. Farmers Market is in full swing. It was a great one this past weekend. Great turnout. I think the weather may be a little bit warmer this weekend, so hydrate and be out there. And Mr. Clerk, I know there's been a lot of back and forth about yard signs on the campaign trail. If we can just circulate some information to residents as to where the signs should be, maybe include it in the e-news. Sometimes gardeners move them, so just to make sure that people know where they can and cannot be, I'd appreciate it.
We'll do that.
Hermes, Mr. Diaz, will you join us, please? 2 items. First and foremost, I had the pleasure this morning on the way back to my house early. I didn't catch much. It was very early in the morning, so it was dark out. I saw that there was some P-rock that was placed on Blue Road near the bridges. Can you tell us a little bit? I saw some stakes out there. Are we finally, after 5 years, going to deliver on these sidewalks? Are we starting?
So yes, we started
And
working
I saw
on
the trees were cleared.
Correct.
So tell me a little bit about what's going on.
So we started removing the trees. We have several trees that were on the way of the sidewalk, and I think the work that's ongoing right now, it's the guardrails, because one of the conditions that the county put on us, we had to upgrade the guardrails before we did the sidewalk, and then, we'll proceed with the sidewalk thereafter. But yes, we're starting with roughly half a mile of new sidewalk on Blue Road between University and the park.
So I wanna first off thank Melissa, Hermes, the entire team. We've been working on this for 5 years. We've done many site visits. This is true connectivity. Now you have 2 bridges that you see all the time. People walk up the bridges with baby carriages, a lot of older people. So we're gonna be connecting, and we also got rid of some invasive species that were in the way. some ficuses that were there, correct?
A couple of ficuses, and I believe there was a black olive.
And there was a black olive. I think there was some no Australian pines.
No, it was a black olive, and then there's also a palm that it's.
Yeah.
We pulled a permit, I believe, but it's we're gonna see if we can save it. It's not a given yet, but depending on the construction and.
But I think the important thing is that, you know, connecting University, Riviera, Blue Road, up the two bridges, all the way to Granada, all the way to that new park that we're in the process of now programming, I think it's going to be a big statement. And I think it's something that a lot of the residents are very excited about. It's something that we've been working on for a long time, so I wanted to commend you on that. It's good to see some movement. And also, I asked the residents to be patient because, again, it's going to be a few months where it's going to get dirty, but at the end of the day, it's well worth it. Another point, at the last commission meeting, I visited with the residents, again, from Flagler, the Flagler area. You know, the enclave right there on Ponce, where they're talking about traffic calming and then the possibility of installing some of the temporary traffic calming devices that we've recently purchased. Can you give me a little bit of background on where we are in that process? Because I know that Ms. Pardo, she's been designated like the person for the entire group to push forward on that effort.
So we collected data on the neighborhood. It was several years ago, and I believe there's about 11 side streets in the neighborhood, roughly. We collected data on 7 of them, and the only ones at the time that qualify for traffic calming were Bobadilla, Veragua, and Oviedo.
Okay.
There's 4 locations that we didn't collect data at the time. Melissa's team is coordinating with the police to get preliminary data. Those will be Campino, Maribela, Montilla, and Cibao. Okay. So we're working with the police department to get data on those. And since the data we collected is old, we asked them also to collect data on the rest of the locations where it didn't qualify, just to compare, just to see if we've seen a significant change in traffic conditions since the data was collected, to see whether it warrants revisiting those locations what didn't qualify for traffic calming at the time. And we are going to proceed with the temporary speed tables at these locations. And in fact, Bobadilla is a rather large run. It actually runs in 2 directions, east, west, and then south. So there's 3 of them in Bobadilla, 1 of Veragua, 1 of Oviedo. So we're gonna proceed with sending the mailings for those locations to put the temporary ones where they do qualify currently.
Do you know that just once the mailings are sent, do you have an idea of the time frame in regards to the installation of the temporary ones? Probably 3 months, 4 months, you think?
We need to send the mailings out, get the votes back. So that process will take a month and a half. And then if we get approved, I mean, we could get the app. I would say 3 months tops, probably closer to 2 maybe. It will take about a month and a half just to send the data, collect it. I mean, I'm sorry, the mailings, assuming people obviously they're approving of it.
I'm looking forward to seeing the data difference. And thank you to Melissa and her team for putting everything else together. I want to see the difference between what was collected 7 years ago and today, because you've seen a neighborhood, again, that while it's an enclave, where they're boxed in, well, Miami-Dade County in the last 7 years has become a completely different, community. In that area now you have Jackson, which has opened up a facility. You have a lot more in and out, people driving. So I want to see what the impacts are and what the numbers are now, and look at those, and plus the areas that didn't meet their criteria. Hopefully they meet the criteria now, because when you go there, you get to really see the impact. And now with that data, I think it's important, because in one form or another, there's a development coming on that site. I mean, that will be coming before the commission for approval. Obviously, it's going through the process, but there's going to be something put there. If it's this year, if it's in 5 years, or it's 10, and I want to see how we can hopefully take advantage of the opportunity to build a relationship with that new project to make sure that we meet the needs of the residents, whether it's lighting, sidewalks, traffic calming, whatever it is that they're requesting. Obviously, we'll listen to the residents and see what their priorities are. But from my few visits over the last few months, it's overwhelmingly traffic calming. It's just a huge cut through as people try to evade traffic as much as possible. So I really appreciate you being on top of that. And if you could give me some updates, just keep me in the loop.
We'll send a summary to all the commissioners
Okay.
with this discussion.
No problem.
And we'll proceed accordingly.
All right. Well, thank you to your staff again. Great work. I have nothing else. So I hope everybody has a wonderful evening. We actually ended the meeting at 2:13. Not bad. Not a late night.
Is this a record?
Not a record, but I think two meetings ago we ended at before 12. So I hope everybody has a wonderful day, and thank you to the staff and to the residents and everybody who participated. God bless.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.